animals, then dairy cows, and now a person. The avian flu is spreading.
Limit the people who come to farms or on farms to those are necessary only. Those people who interact with the animals, are necessary only type of situations.
I'm Chris Foster. James Patterson's thrillers and crime novels usually end with a bad guy stopped, the mystery solved. Not so the stories in his new Fox Nation true crime series, Unsolved, with James Patterson.
A lot of times the police haven't figured it out, and we watch television and we think the police, they're going to figure everything out. And it's not that easy. Sometimes the killers are very smart. Some of these killers, are out there for decades.
And I'm Dr. Rebecca Grant. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Last week, the USDA confirmed avian flu had been detected in dairy cows in Texas and Kansas. This week, Texas health officials confirmed a person contracted H5N1. The CDC says it's only the second time a human being's tested positive for that avian flu strain.
This individual was given Tamiflu and seems to be improving.
Chris Van Dusen with the Texas Department of State Health Services told Fox 7 in Austin the only symptom this person had was an eye infection after having contact with dairy cows. The CDC and county health officials say the risk of spreading this is low right now.
And it is extremely rare for this virus to be transmitted from one person to another. And the genetic testing that's happened so far doesn't show any changes in the virus.
Since February of 2022, more than 82 million chickens and other birds have been sickened by this avian flu. Phil Matos is the president of the California Poultry Federation and Northwest Chicken Council. He told KTVU Fox 2 in California.
What happens is they're euthanized humanely or they die, one or the other. And then we've got to clean up the ranches, and they're not allowed to put more birds on there for a month or two.
All of that has impacted egg and chicken prices. This virus has also along the way sickened and resulted in the deaths of thousands of seals. Now goats in Minnesota have been impacted as scientists and veterinarians watch to see how many more animals and possibly people this virus impacts.
For the dairy industry and for dairy cattle, this is just, we're still trying to figure out how the virus got here.
Dr. Mike Kleinheinz is a clinical associate professor of dairy cattle production at Texas A&M University.
And what its impact will be. And the reported case out of Texas of the human being exposed, and the reports that I have read and heard that this individual was involved in the dairy industry, so would have very close contact with dairy cows. And so that could be something to it, is their proximity to those animals.
Yeah, this person is only the second to ever contract avian flu of this strain, H5N1. Do other people who work with dairy cows, do they have to take different precautions now given what's happened to this individual, or is it sort of business as usual for dairy farmers?
Well, for the dairy industry and for dairy farmers, the farmers and their employees, they're always constantly looking for ways to improve. And so for something that's been available to all farm employees has been personal protective equipment. And so things like gloves, eye goggles, and things like that, especially if they're working in environments that are sometimes less than sanitary due to things like the manure and things like that. And so this kind of business as usual, but there is an extra step of making sure you're washing your hands and doing those proper things. And so the veterinarians and the health officials working with those dairies are getting that message out and kind of re-emphasizing the need for those things in the dairy industry.
So before a person got this strain H5N1, we were told avian flu had moved on to infect dairy cows. That was last week. After what chicken farmers have gone through, what is the level of fear right now among dairy farmers or concern about what this could mean?
So obviously they're very concerned, for this and what it's appearing to be in dairy farms and how it appears on dairy farms. It's a very high morbidity. So there's a lot of cows that get sick. But it's almost no mortality. So really the cows aren't dying from this. They just become sick. And really their illnesses are very nondescript and not very severe. So they just stop eating. Farmers are tracking their ruminations through kind of like a Fitbit, essentially. They're noticing those dropping off, and then their milk production falls off from where they should be, or they're compared to their peers where they should be. And so the concern for farmers is obviously their animals are getting sick. They're not producing milk like they should. And then now we have the added level of, is it infecting our employees or something like that? But the big concern for farmers is, their animals, aren't producing like they should be. They're not healthy like they know they should be. And they're just trying to figure out an answer. What can they do for those animals? And what is the next steps and the best steps? So what a lot of farms have started to do proactively is enhance their biosecurity. So limit the people who come to farms or on farms to those are necessary only. Those people who interact with the animals, are on necessary only type of situations. And so they're really enhancing those prevention measures between humans and their animals.
Yeah, that would make sense. You said earlier in the interview, we don't know where exactly this came from. There's always sort of an investigation, right? Or there's an attempt to find out, how did this go? How did this infect dairy cows, specifically in Texas and Kansas? Do you know anything about that investigation? Would you imagine part of that is, hey, were any of these cows near chickens? I imagine they're not. Are these animals pretty spaced out from other animals that might have avian flu, like chicken populations?
Yes. So there is a space between, where cattle are housed and where, say, chickens are housed. There's really not very many chicken farms here in the Texas Panhandle. And I can't think of any off the top of my head, can't think about it. Unfortunately, we do have interaction because our cattle are, have outdoor access to wild bird populations. And so that's always an avenue or something, a risk that we have is those natural avian and species coming in, like starlings and things like that, that'll come into dairy farms. And so there's that risk of those animals maybe carrying that virus and contracting the disease from them.
Yeah.
But there is an active, the state health organizations, the USDA, several other producer allied organizations are working for, kind of an epidemiological approach as to how did it get here? How does it go farm to farm? How can we stop its spread essentially, or limit its spread between farms and among farm and then also within the farm?
Tell me more about what happens to the cows that get sick, because you were just referencing that they do produce less milk. We know that milk does not go into the supply of the milk that we drink. But what exactly happens to these cows? And do we know how, like, if a farmer has X number of cows, are they all infected, or is it just like a certain percentage of each farm's cows that are seem to be getting this? What do we know about, I guess, the illness?
So what we know is that this disease is relegated to older animals on farms. And so it's animals that have had one or two calves. So they're older animals, animals that are, in the dairy industry, we call past peak lactation. So an animal will peak in lactation about 90 days in milk. And then after that, their production slowly decreases over time. And it's cows that are beyond that peak that are also becoming affected by this. Clinically, what cows are showing are, they're just not consuming as much feed. If their farmers are following this, they're not ruminating like they should be if they have the monitors on board on those animals. Our milk weights, so a lot of farms will take a daily milk weight. So every time a cow gets milked, it's recorded how much milk she produced. And those numbers are monitored, and those cows will go from milking their normal amount of milk to milking, under half of what they did the previous milking. So those are what our farmers are seeing. So they're very nondescript. They're not sick animals, but they are not where they should be animals.
When a farmer notices that he's got a certain number of cows that appear sick, do they get separated out so that to try and like stop it from spreading, or is it too late by then?
So those farms do pull those animals out of their what are called their home pens and then put them into a hospital pen, so a special pen where animals that are sick go to, and so that's where they take them. And currently, reports are about 10% or less of the herds, dairies that are affected. About 10% of the cows milking actually become infected by this. So it's all, it's still a small percent of the herd that becomes affected.
Do you think, given that number, then could this eventually impact the country's milk supply, or would this have to be actually a much bigger problem?
So it will. There probably could be some impacts on the milk supply, and that's just because of the amount of milk being produced is lower, and so there's those issues that can go into it. In the Panhandle, we have a lot of larger farms, and so the milk supply in a regional area will be a lot lower. And so we'll probably have to rely on milk from an outside source to fill our production capacities. And hopefully these animals will come back into milk and start producing where they should be. But there is a risk that the national milk supply will be lower than what it was, the production-wise.
That means higher costs, doesn't it? And just to be clear, we don't, like you said, there's no antivirals for cows, or at least not in this case, right? So we just have to hope that they heal. You said that none of them are dying, right? So they're sick and hopefully going to get better.
Reports from early herds that were infected by this early on in this disease outbreak, a lot of the cows are starting to recover and starting to come back to their normal previous milk production and returning back to where they were prior to being what is presumed to be affected with this virus.
Mm-hmm. And finally, then, I understand this is just one of many stresses right now, actually, for dairy farms, right? There were wildfires recently that have killed some dairy cattle in that Panhandle region known as cattle country. And now I'm reading about some farmers looking into antibiotics to treat mastitis. I'm not sure how widespread that is right now, but how big a deal is all of this to dairy farmers? It seems like one hit after another.
Yeah, it's obviously a very stressful time for the dairy industry and dairy farmers in the Texas Panhandle. Not knowing, how this is being spread adds to that angst. If you can't control it, control what you can. And so that is something that does add to it. And then, obviously the recent wildfires in our area and how that impacted the cattle producers in the area. And so that's just one more thing on top of what has been kind of lower milk production prices and a hard economic industry right now kind of creates a little more angst for them, unfortunately.
Professor and Dr. Mike Klenhans, thank you so much for your time.
You're most welcome.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If we've learned anything from the headlines, it's that unexpected things happen too often. Those in charge say everything's fine. Stop noticing. But you know better, and your gut knows that time is short to prepare for what's around the corner next. My Patriot Supply has helped over 2 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200 plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar-powered generators, water filtration units, emergency medical supplies, and heirloom seeds. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey Philly, don't miss the Best Buddies Friendship Walk on Sunday, April 28th at the King of Prussia Mall. The Best Buddies Friendship Walk supports people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And with your support, you'll be making the world more welcoming to people with IDD. Join 50,000 participants across the globe to support the Best Buddies programs in schools, workplaces, and communities. Register or donate today at bestbuddiesfriendshipwalk.org/Philadelphia.
Resolve all your home's plumbing problems today. Horizon Services pros are ready to solve any plumbing emergencies that you didn't see coming. From burst pipes to water heater disasters, Horizon's licensed experts have you covered with same-day 24/7 solutions. And to help you save on future emergencies, we're offering $50 off any repair. Schedule your visit online today at horizonservices.com/radio.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, April 3rd. This is the Fox News Rundown. Appeals court arguments expected today over the Texas law that would allow the state to arrest and deport migrants in the country illegally.
More arguments are set in the legal back and forth over Texas Senate Bill 4, which pits the state against the federal government when it comes to who has the authority to arrest and deport migrants who cross the southern U.S. border illegally. Last month, a 3-judge panel of the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals sided with the Biden administration, which argued that the law violates the U.S. Constitution. Its 50-page majority opinion was written by the Fifth Circuit's chief judge, who was nominated by former President George W. Bush and another judge who was nominated last year by the Biden administration. Republican Governor Greg Abbott says the law is necessary and that he expects it to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Brussels to talk about help for Ukraine.
Last time NATO foreign ministers got together, the group's Secretary General proclaimed Ukraine closer to NATO than ever before. Ukraine would like to see those words backed up. It wants more military aid delivered quicker. Today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his counterparts will discuss what more can be done by Kyiv's allies before addressing the requests with Ukraine's foreign minister on Thursday. Sweden, NATO's newest member, is attending one of these get-togethers for the first time. Watch out too for a 75th anniversary ceremony as the alliance reaches another milestone. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
An investigation is underway after a pastor's wife, Jillian Kelly, and her friend disappeared while on a trip from Kansas to Oklahoma to pick up children. Their vehicle found abandoned on the side of the road. The pastor and his wife had reportedly been in the midst of a child custody dispute. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You have a vested interest in making this radio station work, and if you don't, it's going to go away.
God knows they would love to get rid of us, right-wingers. You're right. We all do have a vested interest. Dawn wants this show to be as good as it possibly can, so at 10 o'clock, she inherits a big audience. Dom wants Dawn to do well, so that at noon, when Dawn passes the baton off to Dom, he inherits a big audience. The same thing when Dom hands it off to Rich, and so forth and so on. So I totally got you on that.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the 2024 Lexus GX will be arriving soon. Tony LaBelle and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles are in stock and ready to roll. Face it, you deserve this Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done, and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. Clean out harsh cleaning products and detergents and look for cleaning products with green certification. What's your one thing?
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ Diet or go to njdiet.com. Get slimmer before before the summer with NJDiet.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A second straight down day on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow down sharply, losing over 396 points. The Nasdaq lost more than 156. The S&P 500 down just under 38. Tesla sales fell sharply last quarter as competition increased worldwide. The company says it delivered just short of 387,000 vehicles from January through March, about 9% below the 423,000 it sold in the same quarter last year. Tesla stock down 5% Tuesday. Shares of Trump Media and Technology Group up 5% Tuesday after falling over 20% Monday after it was disclosed the company lost over $58 million last year. U.S. job openings remain high in February. The Labor Department reported Tuesday employers posted 8.76 million job vacancies in February, up from 8.75 million in January. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
James Patterson's one of the most popular authors literally ever since the invention of the printing press, selling hundreds of millions of books, thrillers, romance novels, nonfiction, young adult and children's books, just about everything but maybe cookbooks, poetry, and instruction manuals. His best-selling series include the Alex Cross, Women's Murder Club, and Michael Bennett books. His latest novel is the legal mystery Number One Lawyer. He's also hosting a new 3-part true crime series streaming on Fox Nation.
Who's willing to come forward and tell us what happened to this man?
It's unusual to have somebody disappear seemingly without any trace.
They say there's no such thing as a perfect murder. We need to know what happened.
She was afraid for her life, and her life was taken.
The series available now is called Unsolved with James Patterson.
They went out and they found these jaw-dropping stories, true crime stories, which a lot of people love. I'm one of them.
He also gets in front of the camera this time as the show's narrator.
One of them is this woman in Louisiana. Basically, her home was a fortress. She had cameras and a lot of weapons. And then she was found murdered inside the house, but there was no film of anything on the cameras. So with all of that protection that she had, nobody could figure out, how she was actually murdered inside her house, which is a cool unsolved story. And we're also encouraging people who are watching the series to call in if they have ideas or if they know things about the stories. A second case was one of the most popular guys in San Francisco. He's really famous for taking in people into his house, helping people, and he's really beloved. And they found out he was murdered in his house, but they couldn't find the body, but the body was inside the house somewhere. So that's like one of these great, fascinating, who done it, why done it, where is the body stories, which is a cool one.
We might as well talk a little bit more about these cases, as we literally can't spoil them. So the first case, Nanette Krentel, shot in the head, 2017. Are there doubts about her husband having been cleared?
Mrs. Krentel, I don't think anybody's been cleared. I mean, that's one of the tricks. The suspects are still all out there. And that's one of the things that makes the cases particularly interesting. And we interview some of the people, during the show who are suspects. The police are still scratching their head. There's still a lot of leads. They just haven't solved it. And this notion of with all the protection that she had, and it wasn't atypical of that area. A lot of the homes, fairly nice homes around there, and several of them had a lot of protection. As you know, a lot of people, certainly a lot of states, there are a lot of guns. She had a lot of guns, and she did have cameras, and so it's just a dazzler of a case.
And then the guy in San Francisco, Brian Egg, whatever happened to him was pretty gruesome. He was kind of known for helping people out and taking people in, and that's obviously where the police you'd think would go and where your mind would go. There were some arrests, but never charges.
Here, once again, a lot of suspects, a lot of people questioned by the police, but nothing that led to any kind of conviction. So the killer is still out there. And in the case of Brian Egg's situation, they knew, or they really suspected, that the body was somewhere in his house. And there were a lot of shenanigans that took place at the house. People came in and cleaned it out. People took furniture and stuff out of the house. They had a lot of this on video. So these people were all suspects, and yet no arrests.
In that last case, Elizabeth Salgado, sad story. She just moved before she was last seen. She moved from Mexico to Utah to study. Last seen leaving class, 2015. They found her skeletal remains 3 years later. And, you could say, well, it's a long walk home. Maybe she fell, had some kind of medical thing on a trail. But where they found her, she just wouldn't have been walking.
Yeah. I mean, Liz, she moved from Mexico to Utah. Very religious young woman. And they couldn't find the body for quite a while. And eventually, and they didn't know, what had happened. She left somewhere and was walking home. They thought maybe she, had fallen somewhere, fallen into or had some kind of medical emergency. So for quite a while, they didn't know where she was. Eventually, they found the body in a canyon. A lot of suspects once again, and this penny, by the body, and whoever left it, presumably the killer, was leaving it as some kind of clue. And, once again, people out in the area may have some theories about it. And, we're open for business in terms of solving some of these unsolved murders.
Look, you've obviously spent a lot of time over the decades thinking out the puzzles of, so-called perfect murders, plotting them out. Do you think in real life, more people who get away with it or have gotten away with it so far are smart, or they're lucky, or there's incompetence with the investigation?
One of the things that draws people to my books, and a lot of books like it, is they want closure. They want things to be solved. In the case of this Fox Nation, it's totally different because the cases aren't solved. In almost all of the cases that I write about in terms of novels, we usually wind up with a solution. We usually solve them in some way. I can't remember. I think there are a couple where I sort of left it dangling at the end. I'm now writing a book about with Vicky Ward about the Idaho murders, and they certainly have a very strong suspect there. They have Kohlberg in jail, and but we'll see where that goes. But I think, people, they do want closure. But the reality of it is a lot of times the police haven't figured it out. And we watch television and we think the police, they're going to figure everything out. And it's not that easy. Sometimes the killers are very smart. Some of these killers, are out there for decades, some of the serial killers. In some cases, there are murders that have happened and people don't have a clue that it was one person that committed the murders, the same person. And I think that's why, it's good for me in the sense of, I've sold a lot of books because people love these mystery stories, these suspense stories. You keep them on the edge of their seats. They want to know what happened. They want to know what happened. And the key to suspense in terms of writing books like this is you plant the seed, you put the hook in there, and they just want to know. They want to know the answer. They want to know what the solution is.
Yeah.
But with Unsolved, we're not telling them. We're not going to tell them. We're just going to give them a whole lot of clues, and the clues are very interesting stuff. All of the storytelling is good in Unsolved.
I just started your new novel, your latest novel, Number One Lawyer. Sort of a classic character, classic premise. Don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil it for anyone. But just tell people who this guy's about. Well,
the Number One Lawyer. First of all, I'm a total junkie for lawyer stories and murder trials. I love them. What I wanted to do there was to do something that would rival the stuff that I've really loved in the past. And in this case, you have a really, really popular lawyer, really successful lawyer, who's never lost a case down in Mississippi. He has to go to court. And the reason he has to go to court is he's been accused of murdering his wife in cold blood. There's a fair amount of evidence. And he decides he's against a lot of advice that he's going to defend himself. And I love that scenario. It's just, it's kind of irresistible for anybody who loves drama and suspense and melodrama, which I love as well. So that's, and there are a lot of elements, obviously, to it. I like doing it in Mississippi. It's for sure too. Jury number 3, which we're taking to film at this stage, and then I suspect Number One Lawyer will get option 2. Yeah, and the thing with Nancy, she's great. She's a lawyer in Missouri. Was a lawyer on murder trials. She taught law in college as well. So she's good in terms of keeping me honest, so that pretty much everything that happens here is pretty accurate.
Look, I think of novel writing as such this solitary thing, and that's how a lot of novelists talk about it. Is a lonely thing, but you do a ton of collaborations. You clearly must like working stories out with other people.
People look at it like it's a bad thing. Collaboration is a good thing. Pretty much all television shows are collaborations. They'll have anywhere from 6 to 10 writers in the writer's room, and they collaborate. We have coming up, we have the Alice Cross series on Amazon, and 6 writers in a writer's room collaborating. If we're ever going to sort of save the planet, it's going to be because we learn to collaborate. So, the collaborations are all different, and they keep me, fascinated by every project.
Well, another collaboration, Unsolved, the new series streaming on Fox Nation, 3 episodes. You can watch them now. The new book is Number One Lawyer. Jim, it's good to talk to you again. Thanks a lot. James Patterson.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention business owners. Stop wasting money on rent and start building up equity by owning a custom-designed building from General Steel. Over 4 decades, General Steel's been trusted by small business owners and the Fortune 500. Call us today at 866-62-STEEL for your fast construction, low-maintenance, high-quality building at an affordable price. Call 866-62-STEEL to own your building starting with just a small deposit. Business owners like you are taking advantage of early spring weather and getting a head start in their projects. This surge in demand will extend the project timeline, so act now and be ready to build this spring. Call 866-62-STEEL to secure your place in our delivery schedule. Stop wasting money on rent and start gaining equity with a building from General Steel. Call 866-62-STEEL now to find out how quickly your business can move into one of our quick construction kits, like a 50 by 100 perfect for the small business owner, or a 200 by 450 favorite of the Fortune 500. Just call 866-62-STEEL. That's 866-627-8335.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/stay covered.
Wendy's Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Severe storms in Kentucky, multiple EF1 tornadoes confirmed south of Louisville. Meteorologist Don Gordon with the National Weather Service says the twister's path of destruction covered about a 1-mile radius.
It did skip down there on Han Ridge Road, but this is very typical. A lot of roof damage, a lot of tree damage, twisting and turning of the debris.
And Governor Andy Beshear declaring a state of emergency. Progress being made in removing thousands of tons of debris in the Baltimore Harbor a week after the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Military crews removed 200 tons of steel from the now ruined Key Bridge, a piece of that steel almost the size of the Statue of Liberty. It took 10 hours to remove the first 200 tons.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Women's college basketball was the sport to watch on Monday night. In the first game of the Elite Eight doubleheader, Iowa and LSU set viewership records, with ESPN reporting that the matchup was the most watched NCAA women's basketball game of all time. The game drew 12.3 million viewers. Caitlin Clark put on a show against the defending champs, scoring 22 of her 41 points and knocking down 6 of her 9 three-pointers in the second half. LSU star Angel Reese scored 17 points and grabbed 20 rebounds, but she fouled out of the game late in the fourth quarter. The Hawkeyes now play UConn in the Final Four on Friday. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I never knew that it was hard to do this right here as an official. 1, 2, 3, whistle blow, 3-second violation, going the other way. I don't understand that part of it. Now, on the flip side, you come back and say, well, how many 3-second violations did you witness in all of college basketball this season watching games? Doesn't happen. In most games I watch, I'm not going to see a single 3-second violation. I will also flip that argument on its head and say, how many guys do you see at 7'4" that play right in the middle of the court the entire game? He does an amazing job of getting set up, posting, passing out, and as he's passing out, he repositions and gets closer to the basket with his big body. But in doing that, he gets in the lane. And if any part of your foot is in the lane, the 3-second clock starts. That guy is allowed to get the ball in the lane, camp out, try about 4 or 5 different moves, shove off with his off arm, use his body to get in position, and go up and score. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. Come into Turnersville and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Your floors can go from clean to dirty fast. From juice spills, whoops, to muddy paw prints, to little sticky finger marks. Good thing your Swiffer WetJet works fast too. Swiffer WetJet easily cleans everyday messes as quick as they happen. The next mess is right around the corner. So grab your Swiffer WetJet and just spray, push, all clean.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Taiwan's deadly earthquake, the biggest in just about a quarter century, has temporarily disrupted semiconductor production at some of the world's leading chip makers. Meantime, over at Intel, companies saying factory losses are widening as it plots a comeback, a costly comeback. Losses have deepened at the chip makers' factory network, and the business may not reach a break-even point for several years. We're hearing Walt Disney and CEO Bob Iger are poised to triumph over Nelson Peltz's Trion Fund Management. Sources say with the costly month-long proxy battle close to a close and more than 60% of the votes counted, Vanguard Group is backing Disney's slate of board nominees at a much-anticipated meeting set for today. And are you willing to pile on more credit card and other debt just to have some fun? Well, a new Bankrate survey says more than a third of us are, and 27% are willing to take on debt to travel. A lot of people are also willing to take on debt to dine or go out to a concert or sporting event. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you still on the fence about owning gold? It's time to pull the trigger with the Oxford Gold Group and buy gold and silver. Nobody can predict the future, but we can't put our head in the sand either. The Oxford Gold Group are the pros. They make owning gold and silver simple and easy to understand. Call Oxford Gold Group right now, and you may qualify for up to $10,000 in free precious metals. Call 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop.
Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. If your destination is a mile or less away, walk or bike instead of taking your car. It saves gas and money, is better for the environment, and you also get the benefits of exercise and being outdoors. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You're invited. Celebrate Citizens Fanatic Birthday on Sunday, April 21st at 1:35 when the Phils take on the White Sox. And kids 14 and under receive Fanatic mittens. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. It's a Pennsylvania showdown when the Pirates come to town on Thursday, April 11th and Friday, April 12th, both at 6:40, Saturday, April 13th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 14th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
we go, live on this Wednesday, April 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Action-packed Wednesday. Tony Bruno, live from Florida at 8:30. And then the debut, the first installment of our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, presented by Window Nation at 9:30 this morning. We will welcome on Josh Jabin, the COO of the Travis Manion Foundation, and a Marine himself. So we are looking forward to that. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning on this rainy, dreary morning.
Sloppy, wet, disgusting, accidents everywhere. Gregory, how are you?
Yeah, the whole going to work today, this morning, with ponding on the roads and... When is the rain over, Dawn Stenzelin? Please give me some good news today.
What's the old adage? April showers bring May flowers.
They bring They bring depression and sickness and awfulness.
I really wish that the weather gods would just
know your load
and finish up already.
I was talking about a truck.
Exactly.
Truck drivers.
Dawn will have the weather coming up momentarily. The full forecast. Big take this morning as abortion is on the ballot, and then the battle lines have been drawn. It's abortion versus the border. We'll get to that. Biden's revenge with migrants. We're going to give you the amazing numbers of people that he is flying into red states. That's coming up. Also, Elon Musk says we need a red wave to save the USA. Does that mean Elon Musk will publicly endorse and vote for Donald Trump? We'll find out. We'll get to that this morning. A proud moment in women's athletics, the cut sheet. We've got all sorts of good stuff. So some heavy stuff early on, the cut sheet, whatever Bruno's got popping out of his mouth for about 25 minutes, and then some great veteran spotlights coming up at 9:30. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04, the great Dawn Stenzelin.
And good morning this rainy, dreary Wednesday morning. We're looking at a little reprieve right now if you're hitting the road. So that's a bit of a piece of good news, okay, for this morning, that we have a slight reprieve from the rain. It will get heavier later this morning. We'll go through it and get you through the day here on Kayal and Company News Live. Happy Wednesday, April 3rd. We do have a bright spot in the newscast, not because of the forecast, but because of Philadelphia sports. So we are also sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Just an incredible rescue effort that we're talking about this morning, and heroic firefighters for sure when we think about what happened that could have been so much worse after a dozen people were rescued from that burning home after a house fire in Philadelphia's Nicetown section. So early this morning, we have confirmed through authorities, through firefighters and police, one man was killed in that fire, several other people injured. A woman was able to jump from a second-story window to escape the flames. Fire crews arriving to find heavy flames that were shooting up through the middle of the home. 12 people in all were inside. And like I say, the woman who jumped from that second-story window, she is suffering serious injuries in the hospital this morning. Firefighters confirming the body of a 60-year-old man was also found in the ruins there as they put this thing out. So we know that neighbors came to the rescue as well. The family was trapped on that second floor, and the neighbors could hear them banging on the windows and yelling and screaming. One neighbor pulled a baby and some other children from a third floor window from the home. Unbelievable rescue effort here. Fire department got the thing under control, got the flames under the control. They're on the scene right now. Major breaking news story, but doctors evaluating at least 4 children right now at the hospital. And as I say, the woman who jumped, she's in serious condition. So an incredible story of neighbors, firefighters coming to the rescue, but tragically we know at least one person was killed. We're following this breaking news story very carefully for you this morning. As far as I-95 northbound, we know crews are back out on the scene this morning evaluating the situation. They're hopeful that I-95 will be fixed, or at least partially. They'll get this thing reopened. They're working as hard as they can, they say, but unfortunately now we have PennDOT making the repairs to that damaged overpass bridge that runs over I-95. This is in the city's Port Richmond neighborhood, and they're looking at Friday or Saturday. That tractor trailer striking the bridge 1:30 in the afternoon on Monday and forcing the closure of I-95 northbound right near the Betsy Ross Bridge. I know that the Department of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation, as well as local officials, they're all optimistic that Conrail's contractors are going to complete the repairs efficiently and safely by the weekend. That's the word. So unfortunately, we've got this horrible rain on top of all of it, but a lot of accidents. I know there were a couple accidents on the Schuylkill Expressway this morning. I think they've cleared and gotten those to the side, but a lot of, you want to leave early if you haven't, because it's pretty nasty out on the roadways, despite the fact that we have, the rain is letting up, so light rain right now. Okay, here's the bright spot. Joel Embiid returned from knee surgery, lifting our Sixers over the Thunder. 109-105 was that final score, and Embiid putting Philadelphia ahead with 4 3 throws in the final 40 seconds. Wow, what an exciting end, finishing with 24 points in his first game back in 9 weeks following that meniscus, that knee surgery, leading our Sixers 109-105. Big win over the Oklahoma City Thunder last night.
Give us a little hope here down the stretch before the playoffs start. Get the rust worn off, get the sweat going. What, 24 points, first game back?
Yeah.
Man, didn't miss a... That's actually an off night for Embiid.
He looked a little winded at points.
Yeah.
We did watch the first half. I mean, just because it was exciting that he was back. And, Nick Nurse, afterwards I know had said it looks like Embiid's back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was a little winded last night, too. My elevator was taking forever, so I took the stairs back up to the 4th floor. I was sucking big wind, too.
See, so you feel Embiid's pain.
I do. But he's a professional athlete, and I'm a radio hack.
And how about Bryce Harper powering our Phillies to that 9-4 victory against the Reds? Woohoo!
Yeah. You've got to be a hardcore fan to sit through that slop last night in the weather and just the awfulness. Like I couldn't stand just being out there and sitting through that. I don't know how people are going to do it this Saturday if it's below 50 degrees for the wrestling event at the football stadium.
No, it's not. It's not going to. It'll be nice by the weekend. And by the way, Phil's moved today's game. It's at 4 now because they're trying to.
Oh yeah, it was supposed to be at 105, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So now it's moved to 4 in hopes that that'll kind of mitigate.
Ugh.
They're trying to get this in between the raindrops.
Plus, with the last game of a homestand, you like that early getaway day to get to where you have to be for the road game, and now that's going to be thrown off schedule a little bit.
This is true. But Harper homering for his first 3 hits of the season, including that grand slam. Our Phils beating the Reds 9-4 last night. Brandon Marsh also connected for Philadelphia, bouncing back nicely after dropping the series opener on Monday.
I mean, they have to beat the Reds. I mean, they have to beat the Reds.
Yeah.
You do. Especially after that series against Atlanta.
Yeah.
By the way, I might grow my beard out like Brandon Marsh. Think that'd be a good look for me with no hair?
No.
I agree.
Yeah, no. Brandon Marsh can pull it off. You can't, Nick Kayal.
You're right.
Well, here's the forecast. We're trying to pull this one off. So 57 degrees for your high, although you know what I'm looking at? Oh, this is funny. Honest to God, I didn't do this
on purpose. For what? Like California or something?
Capri, Italy.
Yeah, I'm guessing Pennsylvania is slightly different.
I'm so sorry.
Just an assumption on my end.
It's 77 degrees all next week, and I know.
Oh my God, are you kidding?
In southern Italy.
So, poll question for next week: who's got better weather, Dawn or Bruno?
Definitely southern Italy. I can't believe I even did that. That's so embarrassing. High alert, high wind warning that in effect from the National Weather Service for today. So high winds, flood watches, and warnings galore for most of our region, but especially these weather alerts: Berks, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Lancaster, Lehigh, Montgomery, Northampton, and Philadelphia. In Delaware, Kent, Newcastle, and much of South Jersey as well, especially Shore Points and Cape May. So we do have these coastal flood advisories, high wind alerts. We could see wind gusts up to 30, 35 miles an hour moving through today. So it's 45 degrees right now. It'll never feel like the forecast high, unfortunately, with all of the wind. And so right now, a lull in that rain. It's just a slow drizzle at this point. And unfortunately, the rain continues for our tomorrow for Philadelphia. So it's right now 44, but feels like 37.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. Now, the rain gets heavy again. The lull is happening right now until about 9:10. Then the rain gets heavy between 10 and 1-ish. And that's why they moved this back. The heaviest rain between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. So that's why they moved the game back to 4.
Yeah.
But looking at the rest of the forecast, if we check this out, we're looking at tomorrow, 55 degrees, and the rain begins to dissipate for us so that Friday on the 5th, 50 degrees, the sun comes out, and no more rain. So I'm looking at sunshine Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and into. I don't see a major rain event really for the next 5 days after we get through tomorrow. So Friday 50, Saturday 53, Sunday 59 degrees, and then early next week 64, Monday 70 we hit by next Tuesday.
Woohoo!
So tie a knot at the end of the rope. We just got to get through tomorrow, and even by tomorrow afternoon, I believe the increasing cloudiness, but it looks like it really backs off for your tomorrow afternoon. So really tonight and then tomorrow morning.
Good.
And then we're home free.
Men have things to do for the second week of April, like play baseball and play golf and whatever else men do. Mulch, landscape.
Well, not my family. They're not mulching and landscaping. But you said 65 degrees. So 64 next Monday, but 70. So next Tuesday.
Good. I'm golfing.
Right?
Yep.
Nick, that was a little personal. Nick Kayal.
Thank
forecast.
you. Thank you.
Just for you. Sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Anderson Mechanical Corporation, the people to call to make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Kerry, Bill, great guys, the entire team, so dedicated to providing the highest quality service. Call them today, AMC. Schedule that spring tune-up and save big time. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:14. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Wawa. The Big Take: abortion is on the ballot. Most Americans with a functional brain who consume news media and a variety of sources, they know that Donald Trump is not really a threat to democracy. We also know that every time Donald Trump gets indicted, his polling numbers go up. But no matter how you slice it or dice it, and whether you like it or not, abortion is on the ballot this fall. And at this very moment, the GOP has had little to no answers for what continues to plague them ever since Roe v. Wade. And the Biden administration, as bad as they are, they know this as well. Abortion is the ace up their sleeve, and it's a card that they can play until the cows come home, and they can play it with success. The race card for the Democrats has largely dried up, but the female bodily rights and reproductive health care card is the ace of spades for them. Here is the latest campaign ad from the Biden administration on abortion and Donald Trump. Listen and watch.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
In 2016, Donald Trump ran to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, in 2024, he's running to pass a national ban on a woman's right to choose. I'm running to make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again, so women have a federal guarantee to the right to choose. Donald Trump doesn't trust women. I do. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
That specific ad was seen in Florida, and like it or hate it, deny it or acknowledge it, that message right there hits home with millions upon millions of women who already might have hated Donald Trump and probably dislike or hate him even more since the summer of 2022. And that ad from Biden coming on the heels of the abortion news coming out of the state of Florida, where the headline reads, Florida Supreme Court allows DeSantis' 6-week abortion ban to stand, but also approves abortion access ballot amendment. Some of the details include the Florida Supreme Court issuing several much anticipated opinions just 2 days ago on Monday, allowing the 6-week abortion ban Governor Ron DeSantis signed to stand, but also allowing state constitutional amendments regarding abortion access and recreational marijuana to be on the ballot in the fall. In one ruling, the state's highest court rejected a challenge to a 15-week abortion ban that was brought under the privacy provisions of the Florida Constitution. As reported by the Miami Herald, upholding the current law triggers a 6-week abortion ban that lawmakers approved last year to go into effect. The Florida law has limited exceptions for rape and incest and will now be effective 30 days from Monday's ruling. In a separate ruling, the Florida Supreme Court also approved a ballot initiative that would put the issue to the voters on the November ballot. As the Bulwark's national political reporter Mark Caputo noted, the specific language on the ballot initiative sidesteps the issue of weeks, like the 15-week and now. Me, personally, it is my opinion that if it wasn't for Roe v. Wade 22 months ago, Donald Trump wins re-election this November in a landslide. But Roe v. Wade did happen, and Trump can be the best option in almost every statistically measurable category, such as the economy, the border, crime, wars, inflation, energy costs, grocery costs, and the price of gas at the pump. And it still might not matter. Why? Because of Roe v. Wade. And according to Axios and their exclusive survey and polling, maybe it didn't have to be this way. The headline reads, Americans strongly back abortion pill access and FDA drug powers. And here are the results of the Axios Ipsos poll conducted between March 26th and 27th of 2024 with 1,020 U.S. adults polled. Question: do you support obtaining abortion pills via select methods? First method, from their doctor or a clinic. Democrats support it by 91%. Independents, 76%. And Republicans, shockingly, 51%. I would say that is good news because I didn't think it would be more than half of the people that vote Republican. Abortion pills obtained through the mail were lower in all three parties. Democrats dropped from 91% support to 72% support. Independents from 76% to 54%. Republicans from 51% to 23%. Also, shocking results for Republicans, 8 in 10 people, including 2/3 of Republicans, agreed that the government shouldn't be involved in how a woman manages abortion issues. So the question I have for everybody, after hearing what I think are some surprising results, is this. Did Trump really need to make this a major part of his campaign? Did Trump really have to go this far to the point where SCOTUS overturned Roe v. Wade 2 summers ago? Trump's not a conservative to begin with. He's even told you. He said he's just common sense. Most Trump supporters would remain with him, in my opinion, and vote for him and be in his camp, even if he wasn't advocating for conservative justices who are pro-life to overturn Roe v. Wade after 54 years. And what we have shaping up for November 5th is abortion against the border. I think it's that simple. The border has surpassed the economy as the number one issue in the nation, Democrat and Republican. And Trump, the businessman, is well aware. Here is Trump's latest campaign ad highlighting the Biden border bloodbath. Listen and watch.
A murder on Grand Rapids southwest side yesterday.
Armed and dangerous.
This is the parking lot where police responded yesterday to gunfire reports, and it is where they found 22-year-old Leah Gomez, who was pronounced dead right here at the scene.
A mom to a nearly 2-year-old daughter with special needs.
Sledgehammer smashing through the jewelry cases.
It should be surprising, but it's not.
Great Lakes Crossing and Oakland Mall in Troy were hit by this crew, linked back to his cell from Chile in South America.
The Chilean gangs have been hitting us very hard. We have 100+ teams in operation right now in America.
Police say Brandon Ortiz Vite used a handgun he bought illegally to shoot Ruby Garcia multiple times on Friday before leaving her body on the freeway and driving off in her car. Just an awful story, and he confessed that he committed the crime.
I think that ad hits home. In fact, I believe both ads by both candidates hit home equally well and effectively for their respective bases. And in the latest plot twist, it could be Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that costs Donald Trump this fall. Politico with the headline that reads, Florida's abortion ruling puts Trump on the spot over DeSantis bans. Quote, the relationship between the two Republicans has dried up and they are still throwing jabs. Politico goes on to write, Ron DeSantis made a risky political bet by signing abortion bans into law in Florida. Now it's Donald Trump who could be the one that pays for it. The state Supreme Court, as we mentioned on Monday, upheld a 15-week ban signed by DeSantis, a move that in 30 days will trigger a far more restrictive 6-week ban, also backed by the governor just months before the November election. The justices in Florida also ruled that Floridians will be able to vote in the November election to reserve the ban and make abortion broadly legal in the state through a constitutional amendment. The proposed amendment will put the abortion question on the ballot below voters' choices for president, Senate, and other down-ballot races, right as voters weigh the impact of the DeSantis-backed restrictions. So DeSantis, Trump, SCOTUS, blame none of them, blame all of them, blame one of them, blame whoever you want. But the reality is abortion is on the ballot this fall, and the GOP in elections for the last 22 months, they're like the Phillies and a batting average in the month of April. Hasn't turned out too well. Abortion, immigration, 2 issues, 1 winner, November 5th. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by Wawa with Wawa's new built-to-order wraps. They are here. It's all the flavor you love, wrapped up and ready to move with your day. Try an Italian or bacon ranch chicken steak wrap today because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community, fire off your thoughts and reactions, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back. We'll get some more thoughts on this and also what is going on at the border and just how diabolical have Democrats and the Biden administration been with illegal migrants being shipped off in the middle of the night to red states, no less. The details coming up next as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk for years about my friends from the Piazza Auto Group. Certainly my family, whether it's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Piazza is the place we turn to, the place we trust when we need a new vehicle or gently used vehicle. Also, the Piazza Premium Automobiles continue to grow their luxury collection of brands and welcoming in their 2 newest member to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Main Line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. You're going to receive, of course, the same first-class customer experience that I've come to know and certainly you've come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, Find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mr. President, do you support the 6-week abortion ban that the Florida Supreme Court just upheld?
We're going to make a statement next week.
What would you tell Prime Minister Netanyahu?
That's how it sounded as Donald Trump was speaking yesterday. As we welcome you back in, Kayal and Company on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So very interesting stuff here. We'll get to the GOP's number one ace up their sleeve, which is immigration and the border. Just some unbelievable numbers that I think Trump and his campaign should be hammering home. And you heard and saw the Biden border bloodbath latest campaign ad from Trump. But let's get into the abortion angle as we started that with the big take this morning. I got to tell you, I was doing all sorts of digging for poll numbers and stuff yesterday because we had this story with Florida and DeSantis with the abortion ban, and it's going to be on the ballot this November. And then there were some campaign ads, Biden, and I was looking for some other little data, and I was stunned to see, and maybe I'm out of the loop. I don't know. I don't think I am, but I'm a little surprised that Republicans at 51%, now this is just 1,020 individuals, but 51% of Republicans in the Axios Ipsos poll were okay with and in agreement about the abortion pill access if it comes from a doctor or a healthcare provider as opposed to receiving something in the mail. So I also had a conversation, and I know this is like a very touchy subject for a lot of people. I think most people have a strong stance one way or the other. But my one buddy, and he will remain nameless for the sake of protecting the identity of individuals, because he didn't tell me that I could say this, but if he has an issue with it, he'll just, he'll send me a nasty text message or punch me in the forehead when he sees me again. But we were having a conversation about, abortion and the election last night. And for the most part, he's conservative. He's socially liberal. He's probably conservative on, I would say, 7 out of 10 issues and maybe a little moderate on a couple of things. And he's more of a pro-lifer than a pro-choicer. He's a pro-lifer with a lot of exceptions. And I said to him, I go, well, dude, let me ask you this. If I told you right now, and he's a Trump voter, if I told you right now Donald Trump wins the election, but you have to move off of being pro-life, would you take that if it meant a victory? And he said no. And I said, oh, well, I disagree. I would, because I want to win. So we had a good conversation back and forth about that last night. But I'm curious, Don, because this is a very touchy subject. And I almost feel no matter how much I read about it, no matter what my views are on it, it just always seems like an opinion that you have to, I don't know, maybe I'm taking the coward's way out. I defer to women on this. I think men should be involved for sure because men are responsible. We're one half of the equation in creating a baby. And I think there's a lot of men out there that run from responsibility when they find out that somebody that they're not in love with ends up pregnant. But I always feel like women frame this position better. I think it's one thing Nikki Haley did well when she was in the battle for her primary. I use battle loosely against Donald Trump. But your thoughts on everything that has transpired this week with the Florida ban, what Trump just said, an announcement coming in a matter of days, and this entire issue that continues to haunt Republicans since June of 2022.
Well, first of all, the ad that you played, it's so apropos. It's airing now. I saw it this morning.
Oh, the one that I saw that I mentioned in Florida?
The ad that you
from Biden
that you put in your big take, is airing here in
Okay,
Pennsylvania.
so it's gone national.
It's gone national now.
Okay,
And it's
I got it off of a Florida politics website, so I didn't know that it was nationwide yet.
I saw it this morning because I was just early this morning, just going through the different. I saw it on NBC 10. I can't say if it went national. Maybe it's just in the big states like Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
that sort of thing. So Trump made that comment. That rally was in Grand Rapids, Michigan, speaking to the crowd, and that's where somebody yelled out, "What about abortion?" He said that he would make the statement next week.
Mm-hmm.
The Biden campaign, not Biden obviously, but the Biden campaign almost immediately tweeted out, "You've already made your statement, Donald. I was able to quote, I was able to kill Roe v. Wade." And so they're doubling down. The Biden campaign has put out a statement. Donald Trump said that women should be punished for having an abortion, running on a national ban, supports cruel state bans like Florida's. Trump is proud he overturned Roe v. Wade. Clearly they feel like this is their only shot to win.
Yeah.
And we're going to be pounded over the head with this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. it's when you look at all of the issues, every single one down the list, you would say advantage Donald Trump. I think that's why I just saw on Fox News about 20 minutes ago, right at the beginning of the big take, he's leading in 6 out of the 7 swing states over Biden by a narrow advantage. And the only one that he's not winning, he's tied with Biden in Wisconsin. And you look at all the issues, it's hard to imagine that anybody could lose any sort of contest, election, challenge, whatever you want to call it, a fight, if they dominate in so many categories. Yet there's just that one big albatross hanging over the party. And I think it's going to be interesting to see the way Trump frames it and what his message will be whenever that comes. But I feel like no matter what he says, the damage has already been done.
Agreed.
So, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, right?
Whatever the statement is next week, it really doesn't matter. The issue that I see about this being on the ballot in Florida in November, it's also going to be on the ballot in Arizona, which might spell trouble for Trump. To be honest with you, Florida is such a I really do believe Trump wins Florida.
Yes.
Because it's so ruby red now, and the influx of Hispanics coming into Florida, living there, they're obviously more religious. They're more conservative in Catholic, excuse me, and so for them the issue is, I'm sure most of them are pro-life. It's interesting to me that we've been saying this for the last 8 months, is that they're going to put abortion on the ballot in every state.
It's going to be staring you smack dab in the face.
And some I think it spells trouble for Trump. I don't know if Florida is one of them, but it's in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It just is, because it's going to depend on how many women come out for this. And I don't want to just say women, but when this is on the ballot, the GOP loses.
Yeah.
Will they lose Florida? Probably not. But it's in the conversation, which is shocking.
It is. And I'm glad you mentioned Florida and also immigration, because that's what Republicans right now are clearly. I mean, if you watch, and I'm a Fox News watcher, but if you've been watching Fox for the last 7 or 8 days, I mean, they don't go more than 20 minutes without talking about immigration or the border. I mean, they are just, there's an old adage in media, you play the hits, and you've ever wondered why you hear the same 5 songs? It's because people are paying attention to it, and data shows that people stay tuned in for it. I mean, there's a lot of people that are just consumed with what's going on at the border, and I've got some unbelievable numbers. And if I'm the Trump camp, if I'm the GOP, the RNC, on down the list, I mean, I am hammering these numbers home. This is from Bill Malugin of Fox News. Border Patrol arrests of Chinese nationals who have crossed the U.S. border illegally over recent years. I want you to hear this startling trend and pace. In fiscal year 2021, first year of the Biden administration, there were only 342 total Chinese nationals that crossed over the border illegally. In 2022, that 342 jumped up to 1,987. It's almost 6 or 7 times more. In fiscal year 2023, Chinese nationals, 24,125. And fiscal year this year, 2024, we're only talking about the first 3 months, basically, right? 22,000 people. We are on pace for almost 89,000 Chinese nationals crossing the border. So when we hear that this is not just about South America, this is not just about Mexico, this is, the numbers I just gave you are Chinese nationals. We're talking about possible terrorists and presumably terrorists from the Middle East. This is not a, hey, I'm coming from Mexico and I'm seeking asylum out of fear for my life. This is a coordinated, calculated redistribution of human beings. And I think the main sinister intention for the Biden administration is they've got to repopulate voters. You've heard that lady from one of the districts in New York, I think in the Bronx, who came out and said, I need people for redistricting purposes. Dawn, they don't even try to hide it anymore what the goal is.
No, and that was, who did we say? Representative Issa from California, I think, was the first one to point this out as far as looking at the next census and that this is the goal. So one thing I'll just wrap up with a bow and please listen to Nick's great big take. The one thing I believe Trump will say that's effective next week, it was effective for Glenn Youngkin, was that in Virginia they pushed for a fetal pain bill talking about a pain threshold, that between 15 and 20 weeks, it looks like 15, 16 weeks, that unborn baby, that fetus feels pain during a procedure, such as abortion.
Right.
And so that, I think, is where Trump is going to go. He's going to say, the doctors say that and whatever medical evidence he can use.
Mm-hmm.
But I think also what Trump is going to say is that it's silly to talk about a national ban when the Supreme Court has already ruled on this.
Mm-hmm.
They've already made it a states' rights issue. And states like Virginia, even Democrats, had a real tough time saying, oh, no, I think that they should be in pain. When you talk about fetal pain bills, that's the way to go. And that's a real conversation about following the science.
The GOP needs to stop listening to people like Steve Bannon. He said this on his War Room show yesterday about Trump reaching suburban women.
So they can come in and they do. All the consultants, they try to modify Trump's message. Oh, no, you got to modify it here on the social conservative. You got to do this, you got to do that because you got to get the suburban women. Well, says who? Says who? The ones that are gettable are out there that can listen to the message of MAGA and the message of President Trump.
So is he trying to argue? Okay, so obviously he's arguing that like suburban women are not up for grabs and it's being like an overblown issue. Is he trying, and I didn't hear the full context of it, but is he trying to argue that there's so many other issues that Trump dominates in that this won't matter?
He's basically saying that suburban women aren't gettable for Trump, so he shouldn't even waste his time and money on doing it.
I mean, I would argue that suburban women are difficult to get, but in a razor-thin election, you don't give up.
Exactly.
You don't punt on the idea.
Plus, please, I mean, Steve Bannon, that's how he views, like, women in the suburbs, women in the city, sex in the city. Come on already. Women have a variety of issues, and that's just silly. I think that if Trump just speaks, and no, I disagree. I'm glad your friend told you, Nick, that even though he doesn't consider himself this big conservative, he's not going to give up on one issue that he feels strongly about.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how most people feel. That's why I feel that when Glenn Youngkin came out, and I think he was the first one, when he talked about the so-called pain threshold, I had never heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, maybe that was out there. I'd never heard that before.
Right.
So I think that is effective for Trump to say, hey, I'm going with the science here. I'm going with what the doctors say.
Okay.
And at the very least, people getting this procedure should understand what they're getting.
Yeah.
Because you never want to learn that later. That's awful. Number one.
Yep.
And number two, let's talk about what the Supreme Court did. They just put it back to the states' rights. They didn't get rid of it. They just said it's a states' rights issue.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that Republicans have to effectively address that issue, but also they should say birth control is medication. It's medication. That's what it is. It mitigates many other things. Trust me.
Okay, 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back. Speaking of immigration and the border, the startling numbers of voters and voters registering without a photo ID is skyrocketing in the first 3 months of 2024, and it's happening right here in our own state. The numbers next as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So I learned I have something called hairy bittercress. It sounds horrible, but it's in my lawn because I have natural lawn care, and they're awesome. And I have my own technician came out, gave me a whole write-up about what's going on with my lawn. I mean, with all this rain, have you noticed how everything's greening up and growing like crazy? But you know what's growing? What's lurking? All those weeds, and they're going to overtake your lawn. Right now, this is a key time of year that you got to get with it and swing into spring with Natural Lawn of America's safer lawn care treatments. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, fewer weeds for more than 35 years. And like I say, this is not a one-size-fits-all lawn care company. Natural Lawn's certified specialists, they're going to tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. They use exclusive organic-based fertilizers, safer weed and insect controls to give you the results you want, as well as the peace of mind, of course, you deserve, because I'm always worried about the kids, buddy boy running out there. So I want my lawn to be safe for the family. Locally owned, family operated right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Natural Lawn, competitively priced, has a satisfaction guarantee. Just do this today. Don't put it off. Take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program. You get free seeding every year, 800 free seed. You can look up online, naturallawn.com, 800 free seed, naturallawn.com. My Lawn Care Company. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Catch all the hoops tourney action at McGurk's Pub and Grill. Fuel up on favorites like their ribeye cheesesteak or the firecracker nachos. And wash it all down with a huge local craft beer selection, fresh squeezed crushed cocktails, and more. Plus, with tons of TVs, every seat at McGurk's is the best seat in the house. And during all tourney games, enjoy a $3.75 Miller Lite draft and bottle special. Don't miss out at McGurk's all tournament long in Fort Washington, Horsham, and Lineville. Online at McGurk'sPub.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofy.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofy, we can.
What's Renofy?
Renofy loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofy, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renofy loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renofy?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renofy. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
It's a Joe Conklin Comedy Show fundraiser at the Church of the Incarnation in Mantua, New Jersey.
We're raising money to send altar server Christina McNasby to the shrine at Lourdes in France.
24 years old. She's been going through a lot. Her faith is steadfast. She's an unbelievable parishioner.
Christine is in pain quite often. All she has to say is she's offering up that pain to the Lord.
Can get her to Lourdes, and we're going to do that with your help.
The Benefit Comedy Show for Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company 651 as we continue putting on a bow for the first hour. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 in a couple of minutes. Cut sheet less than an hour away. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Hour 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. Debut at 9:30 this morning. Just to wrap up the conversation with abortion and the border and the battle that will be had at the ballots this November over these two issues. This is an alarming set of numbers. Excuse me. And this is from the government's main website. If you want to look up any of these details, you can certainly do so. It's publicly available at ssa.gov/open/have, HAVV. The number of voters registering without a photo ID in this country in 3 key states is skyrocketing.
Ding, ding, ding.
Like we are just a absolute laughing stock that we don't take things more seriously here. Arizona, Texas, and Pennsylvania. You can see these stats on Twitter. I retweeted them yesterday. It's from End Wokeness, which is one of my favorite Twitter feeds. Mm-hmm. So since the start of 2024, Texas, 1.25 million, Arizona, 220,000, and right here in Pennsylvania, 580,513 people have registered to vote without a photo ID in the state of Pennsylvania. HAVV allows voters to register with merely a social security number, just the 4 digits, and illegal immigrants are not able to get licenses through this website when they come, but they can get social security cards. So we have 500,000 people in this state that have signed up to register to vote without showing who they are with photo ID. Now, Pennsylvania, swing state, Arizona, swing state, Texas, certainly not a swing state, but there's no doubt about it in my mind that Democrats have their eyes and their sights set on Georgia and Texas. The Biden administration actually thinks Florida is in play. We'll get to that coming up in hour number 2. But, Dawn, we've got about 30 seconds left, but these numbers are staggering. We got to start taking these things seriously. If we want the confidence to say free and fair elections, we can't have 500,000 people registering without a picture.
No, it's ridiculous. It's outrageous.
It really is.
And it's a violation, I feel, of our constitutional rights.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2, and then we'll wrap up with the border conversation. Over 300,000 plus people in the last year have been shipped off to Florida and Texas. How close is it with Pennsylvania? The details when we continue. Kayal Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Odyssey salutes Philly radio legend Bob Pantano as he receives the ultimate honor from the city of Philadelphia. On April 9th, the intersection of 7th and Federal in South Philly, where Bob grew up, will be named Bob Pantano Way. All of Bob's fans are invited to celebrate at the Street Naming Concert and Festival on Tuesday, April 9th, starting at 4 p.m. Seating for this event will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Congratulations, Bob, from your Odyssey family.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
When it comes to financial wellness, we could talk forever. To help guide you, Joe Yakovich has written a book, The Heart of Your Money, where Joe talks about longevity, inflation, retirement surprises, and more. For your free copy, call the office of Joe Yakovich, JML Financial, at 856-751-1771, or email Joe at jyakovich@brokersifs.com, and listen to Joe on Talk Radio 1210 every Sunday at 9 a.m. For 40 years, Joe's different approach and non-cookie cutter methods have helped pave the path to financial wellness and/or retirement. Get on board and get the free book. Call 856-751-1771. Call now, 856-751-1771.
Joe Yakovich is registered with, and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick and tired of giant HVAC companies coming into your home and telling you about all the things that need to be fixed or replaced? You do realize that these clowns are just salespeople trying to hit a quota, right? Sales guys disguised in a service truck. Look, if you want an honest company that will fix what needs to be fixed and not try to sell you a bunch of things you don't want or need, then we're your people. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. It is Kayal and Company on this Hump Day Wednesday, hour 2, 7:02. Good to have all of you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. Watch us for free live on YouTube, youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Also, Elon Musk says the United States needs a red wave to save it. Where have we heard that before? We'll get to that. John Fetterman, and also the last little bit here on the border as Joe Biden is calling it payback. 90% of illegal immigrants in Biden's secret program have been flown to. We'll give you the states and the numbers coming up shortly. Also, Tony Bruno at 8:30 this morning, and our Veteran Spotlight debuts this morning at 9:30, courtesy of our great friends at Window Nation. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:03, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. We've been following the latest on this breaking story of Philadelphia firefighters on the scene of a huge fire, row home, catching fire in Philadelphia's Nicetown neighborhood. Early this morning, we know that a 60-year-old man did not survive the flames. However, many others did, as a family was trapped upstairs, especially on a second and third story portion of the home. 4 children rescued with the help of firefighters, as well as those neighbors who came to the rescue. And we know that a lady actually jumped from a second story window to escape the flames, and she's listed in serious condition right now. I don't have the conditions of those 4 children who are being treated. A total of 12 people were inside this large home at the time when the flames broke out, 1900 block of Denny Street. We also have a lot of other news of the day. Of course, everybody's looking to I-95, all those detours continuing in the pouring rain as Conrail crews work to repair that railroad bridge that, of course, was struck by that huge truck, the semi that was carrying that big cylinder that got stuck. And as our own Greg Stocker had said, misjudged the size of his load.
Know your load.
A Conrail representative announcing yesterday afternoon the company's repair plan hopefully will have I-95 reopened within the next 72 hours. And he made that announcement yesterday. Hopefully, they're very hopeful that at some point Thursday, which of course coincides with WrestleMania, 200,000 people here for the big WrestleMania event, The PennDOT officials were not quite as optimistic as the others.
I tell you what, we picked a hell of a time to host a big sporting event, so to speak, have we?
Yes.
Between the rain and then the construction with the infrastructure.
Amen. And I think that's part of the pressure here is you have all these people descending on our region and then to have this hot mess and the rain, like we've talked about. I know that on the Drexel University campus, police are investigating vandalism as a hate crime because it was at the Perlman Center. And so this is, once again, appears to be anti-Semitic type of vandalism going on the Drexel campus and being taken very seriously.
I still, to this day, here we are, 6 months removed from October 7th, the amount of young people that have taken this, pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, pro-Gaza stance. It's just staggering. I thought that there would be no doubt about it that the younger generation, the college generation, would be pro-Israel. I've never been more wrong on anything in my life. It's still, to this day. Let me guess, they were graffiti and spray paint cans with a swastika would be my guess.
Yeah, that's the usual. This one, they were also removing the name, the Perlman name as well. But they said this is anti-Semitism on campus. Who did this? So they're looking into it and reviewing all the surveillance video.
Yep.
And there's a lot of it, Nick. So, we also have the grieving parents of a 21-year-old college student who's been missing for weeks, speaking out the body of 21-year-old Osar Scott Thomas, who's been missing since the evening of March 7th. His body was pulled from the Schuylkill River. Engineering college students and mom and dad speaking out, and just, your heart goes out to them. This investigation continues on. What happened here?
Do they suspect foul play, or is this suspecting a drowning?
They
didn't say.
They're not really saying. They're very tight-lipped about this.
Okay.
It just doesn't add up. And the parents, I know, did at least one interview. And investigators say they're still looking into the situation. So I know that the Sixers Arena project, we have a city-appointed panel that is harshly critiquing as the Sixers still try to go for this arena project. So we've been following that for you as an economic story for Philadelphia. And one thing that I'll just point out, they said, back in the day, everybody thought, oh, this is great. Put a shopping mall in parts of Center City because shopping malls bring people. Well, now that didn't age well.
No.
So they're applying that same principle, to say, right in the middle of, Center City, do we really want an arena such as this? Maybe now it looks like a good thing, but how does that age?
I also wonder, too, not only have, shopping malls become, relics of the past, so to speak, unless you're a very high-end, place like King of Prussia, but also with all the retail theft and all of the shoplifting. I don't know that that's the wisest of ideas, especially in a city where you're not enforcing the laws on the books already.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
In sports, we have certainly the bright spot. The sun has not come out this month of April yet, but Joel Embiid, he's our bright shining spot for us here. He returned, thunderous applause, returning from that knee surgery, finally helping lift our Sixers over the Thunder, 109-105. So much excitement as he was adding 7 assists, 6 rebounds, and just bringing the confidence back and empowering. He's the wind beneath the wings of our Sixers.
He's the only thing you have to look forward to when it comes to the two teams that occupy the Wells Fargo Center.
And I like the new hairstyle.
I didn't see the hair. I was watching the Phillies.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
We were flipping back and forth.
What was the hair? Was he going with the afro? Did he have it braided?
It's kind of braided, and it was like a cool design off the top. I was like, oh, he's rocking a new hairstyle there. So I love it.
Okay.
And then Nick was watching, as he said, the Phillies. Bryce Harper. You know what? Remember how we knew Bryce was so mad? I like mad Bryce Harper.
You like mad Bryce?
Because it fired him up.
I just like healthy Harper. I just want that man to stay healthy and play like 150 out of 162 games.
Well, amen to that. Bryce Harper homering for his first 3 hits of the season, including a grand slam. Our Philadelphia Phillies beating Cincinnati Reds 9-4 last night and moving today's today's matchup, moving it from 1 to 4 p.m. We'll look at the forecast on that one. They're just trying to get through this, just raw, rainy, and loyal fans for sure going to the Phils games this week with this horrible rain. By the way, it was the first time a Phillies player hit 3 home runs in a game at Citizens Bank Park since Jason Worth back May 16th, 2008 against Toronto.
Wow, it's the World Series year.
Right?
Yeah.
Remember it well.
Also a great beard, by the way.
Nick Kayal, you're ranking the greatest beards.
I've got Jason Worth's beard slightly ahead of Brandon Marsh in the beard power rankings.
Well, this is not the greatest forecast for us, for sure. The rain is likely to get heavy again. It looks like 9:30 is when we're going to see the rain spike again. And then heaviest through 2 p.m. this afternoon. I still see some thunderbolts. The possibility for thunderbolts around 4, so hopefully that's wrong, and we can mitigate maybe Mother Nature will mitigate the forecast for us. Man, is this miserable weather! 52 degrees is the high today. It's never gonna feel like 52 because of the wind. Rainfall may reach 1 inch, and flood watches across the entire region. So 52 the high. It's not going to feel like that. Just horrible and rainy today. Got to get through tomorrow morning and tomorrow mid-morning. Looks like the rain turns to a 50-50 situation depending on where you are tomorrow for your Thursday, first day of WrestleMania coming to our region. So 55 degrees tomorrow. Then the sun comes out Friday. 50 degrees. It's going to feel good to have the sunshine. And then sunshine remains Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, into next week. So we're then rising in temperatures. Saturday, 53 degrees sunny. Sunday, 60 degrees and sunshine. And then we warm up from there. So we just have to hang on and get through tonight and through tomorrow, at least through half of tomorrow before the rain lets up. Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. And they are sponsoring Kayal and Company certainly today. Their e-commerce store helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, much more. Free shipping, next day delivery. Shop now. Save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Before we get to the cut sheet coming up at 7:45, 2 or 3 things that we're going to hit on. Elon Musk and whether or not he will, in fact, endorse Donald Trump. Also, John Fetterman has lost multiple staffers from his communications team, and they are going for greener pastures. We'll tell you why. But I do want to wrap up the conversation here in the next 5 minutes on the border. And this was the last story that we were talking about. A lot on abortion being on the ballot and also the immigration issue. But this was a very interesting story with some amazing details. So Joe Biden, as we have seen and we have been hearing through reports, this administration is taking illegal immigrants and getting them packed onto planes, and we know dropping them off all throughout the country. And we've seen this kind of this back and forth battle between the Biden administration and Republican governors of red states that are border states. Most notably, I think the two that have stood up and stood out the most are Ron DeSantis and obviously Greg Abbott in Texas. So according to the Colorado Gazette, the headline reads, Payback. 90% of illegal immigrants in secret program have been flown by the Biden administration to Florida and to Texas. I've got some of these numbers here, and the analysis reveals that U.S. cities where the majority of migrants arrive on Biden's plan are flying in 326,000 undocumented immigrants in the last year, and it's coming out to about 30,000 per month. Let me just highlight some of the cities and the states, and I think this is absolutely by design. The top 8 cities, Miami, Florida, has received in the last year and 3 months, so we're going back to the beginning of calendar year 2023, 326,000 migrants to Miami, Florida. That to me is Joe Biden saying, bleep you, Ron DeSantis. Number 2, in a way back distant second, is Houston, Texas at 21,964. Los Angeles, California, 8,300. Boston, Massachusetts, 4,800. San Francisco, California, 4,600. Atlanta, 4,500. Baltimore, 3,700. Chicago, 1,500. To my knowledge, every single one of those are blue cities. Obviously, Florida and Texas, red states. But the rest of that right there that we gave you, for the most part, big blue cities. And when you think about all of these redistricting purposes and this coordinated, calculated invasion, I hope it blows up on the Biden administration and it backfires on them. As Greg mentioned in the first hour, many people that are Hispanic are Catholic, lean more conservative. Maybe that helps Republicans, not just in Florida, but in Texas and other states. So it's going to be interesting to see when you have all of these illegal immigrants being shipped all over the place, and with the absurdity of being able to vote with just a social security number without photo ID, how many of them pay back Joe Biden, so to speak, by voting Democrat, versus how many are actually conservative in nature in their beliefs and their ideology, and they vote Republican. I think that'll be something to keep an eye on. And lastly, a couple of quotes here from this Colorado Gazette story. Investigator Todd Bensman said that this program that the Biden administration is utilizing allows, quote, aspiring illegal border crossers from 9 Latin American countries to buy an airline ticket and fly directly to the city of their choice, where they merely get processed and then they are let go. And when we were talking about this surge and this influx and this crisis, they give a really great breakdown of the countries and the timeline that all of this has been happening. So this begun in October of 2022 for Venezuelans, and then starting last year in January of 2023, it expanded to Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, and Colombian individuals, and the program approves flight travel authorizations for the aspiring illegal border crossers still in other countries to then arrange commercial airline passage for themselves over the southern border and then receive temporary but easily renewable humanitarian parole, is what they call it, from CBP officers at the airport. Bensman said in this new report, one incentive to dissuade beneficiaries from illegal border crossings is that the parole program comes with eligibility for renewable work permits. So they end up getting where they want to go and working and doing what they want to do and flying under the radar in many, many regards. This to me, and if you want to pull it up, you can see this was about 11 hours ago. I referenced the Twitter feed and Wokeness with some of these stats. They put up a map of the entire globe, and they color code it based on what nations and what continents and all the different voting restrictions and requirements. And they highlight it blue, gray, and red. And the United States is one of the few democracies on the planet that requires photo ID in only a handful of states. It's actually surprising. It's shocking. It's alarming. I think it's embarrassing and pathetic. But this is clearly, I think, the Biden administration's payback for, remember when DeSantis was shipping them up to Martha's Vineyard and, all the blue cities and the blue areas of the country with the hate has no home here and things like that. So I don't think this border battle is going to die down anytime soon. I think the Trump campaign endorsement commercial that we saw in the first hour in the big take was really well done. And right now it's pretty much just ride it out, because Trump said no deal is better than a bad deal. And I totally agree with him. Sadly, we're at the point where both sides have to play politics with the border, but you're not going to throw out Biden a lifeline 6 months before the election. Whether Democrats want to sit there and Karine Jean-Pierre wants to go up on stage and say, this was a great deal and Republicans have been complaining about this, and then they shot it down. If I'm a Republican, there's no way I'm signing off on that bill that they shot down based on the allocation of funds that continue to go to Ukraine and a very small fraction going to our southern border. So just wanted to wrap up that story with all of those details. I know it was a lot of numbers, but I thought it was important to go through. So if you have thoughts on that, you can certainly jump in at 855-839-1210. All right, when we come back, Elon Musk says the U.S. needs a red wave to save it. Is Elon prepared to publicly endorse and vote for Donald Trump? We'll get to that story when we continue. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hopefully you were listening to my FanDuel reads the last couple of days about Dinger Tuesdays for the MLB. Hopefully you had Bryce Harper last night, because if you did, he cleaned up. The sports calendar is loaded, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is making it even more exciting to get in on the action. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 you can use to bet the tournament, MLB, NBA, NHL, and so much more. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and make your first bet a big win. I said this weekend, Saturday, 2 games, NC State at Purdue and Alabama at UConn. Final 4. I'm taking Purdue minus 9.5 and Alabama plus 11.5. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook, 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, folks. This is Norman the Floorman. It was my wife's birthday. She told me she wanted a fur coat. So I gave her a mouse trap. I told her, honey, this is a starter kit. Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the 2024 Lexus GX will be arriving soon. Tony LaBelle and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles are in stock and ready to roll. Face it, you deserve this Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love, and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular.
It was hysterical. I saw Conklin last time he was in Glenside.
Can't wait to see him again. Hysterical.
It was terrific.
We had a ball.
Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing so hard.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Some people like him, but I'm not one of them.
joeconklin.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2828. 800-885-2828. 800-885-2828.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:25. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day on this sloppy hump day. Cut sheet in about 20 minutes. We will get to the Elon Musk red wave story coming up in just a couple of minutes. But I do want to give this Fetterman update out. I was teasing this yesterday. We didn't get to it, and I've teased it this morning. So we've got a couple of minutes here. I'll get this in here. So Fetterman's top comm staffers are resigning amid an ongoing backlash against the senator over his pro-Israel stance. We've talked a lot about this over the last 4 or 5 months with John Fetterman as he's continued his recovery from his stroke, and more he comes out and it looks like he's clearly not a progressive, right? It's just obvious he's kind of like your blue-collar Democrat liberal, and that hasn't sat too well with a lot of people that were working for him, as he has now lost 3 top communication staffers, according to Fox News, and they have left for other left-leaning offices, all within the span of a month. The departures come as the Pennsylvania Democrat has made headlines for his stances on Israel and immigration, separating him from his fellow Democrat colleagues. I think this is where we're seeing the divide between like the liberal Democrat and the progressive squad Democrat. Joe Covello formerly worked as Fetterman's director of communications, both in his Senate office and on his 2022 campaign. And a statement released earlier this month by the city of Chicago announced that Covello would be joining as the chief strategy officer in Chicago for Democrat Mayor Brandon Johnson's office. So what did Mr. Covello do? He said, you know what, Fetterman, you're not woke enough for me. I'm going to go work for Brandon Johnson in Chicago, who's even further left than Lori Lightfoot. And then also, Fetterman's deputy communication director, Nicholas Gavello, shared on X just this past Friday that he would be joining the Working Families Party in Philadelphia and in the region as the Mid-Atlantic Communications Director. Gavio also worked on Fetterman's 2022 campaign, as well as Bernie Sanders' office in Vermont. The Working Families Party in Philadelphia, a progressive minor political party whose platforms include raising the minimum wage, increasing taxes on the rich, and environmental and educational reform. And the party has previously been associated with notable Democratic politicians, including AOC. So I think we got a lot of people in Fetterman's inner circle that are like, you know what? This isn't what we were told. You sold us a bill of goods, and as you continue to recoup from your stroke and your procedure and all the issues that you've been dealing with, you know what? You're not far left enough for us, sir, so we are out. How about that? John Fetterman, I'm telling you, we're going to get to a point one day where we're going to be thinking, let me ask you this, real quick question, because I know we're up against it clockwise to stay on track. Could you see in all of the failed no labels options, could you see Fetterman day by day becoming more and more moderate, and Fetterman becomes the face of the no labels unity ticket?
No.
All right, good conversation.
I'm sorry.
All right, coming up next, Elon Musk says the U.S. needs a red wave to save it. We'll get to that as we continue. Cut sheet 15 minutes out. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Sorry about that.
My kitchen is the heart of my home, just coming off a great family weekend with Easter Sunday, all the cooking, all the family. And I always say, everybody, let's go in the family room. Let's go in the dining. Nope, everybody wants to be in the kitchen. And that's why it's really such an important room. If you look at all the studies, they say 78% of people say the kitchen is the most important room, the center of every home. And that's why if your kitchen, especially if your kitchen is outdated, you need kitchen math. But by the way, if that guest bathroom downstairs is outdated, they do that too. They're local, family, Pennsylvania owned and operated since 1979. Just schedule a free in-home design consultation today and bring your kitchen or bath back to life. Kitchen Magic, full service remodeler, and the one I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or your bath. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
But I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. Replace your current shower head with a low-flow shower head to save water for years to come. What's your one thing?
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofy.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofy, we can.
What's Renofy?
Renofy loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With Renofy Renovai, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renovai loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renovai?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renovai. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and Longwood Gardens for a free virtual tour of the garden's history on April 23rd. Register at aarp.org/local.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cut sheet coming up in just about 10 minutes as we continue. Tony Bruno at 8:30 from Florida. Hour 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight at 9:30. I suggest you don't touch that dial because we are absolutely loaded for the next 2.5 hours this morning. Going to get to this Elon Musk red wave comment in just a moment. Super jealous personal moment, though. Opelka's been texting me throughout the show.
Why is he bothering my morning drive person?
He's not bothering me.
Okay.
He's actually. I feel his pain though.
He's in for Zeoliol this week, by the way, 3 to 7. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. He says, "You're the only one who will feel my pain." This is from Opelka about 15 minutes ago. He says, "My brother, who played basketball at Alabama, just got 2 tickets to the Final Four. $250 each, and if Alabama wins, they include the national championship." Opelka's brother is apparently in Florida, and he can't go. And Opelka also can't go. So you've got these tickets that were probably a hot commodity, and nobody can use them, myself included, because A, I'm not taking time off, and B, I can't spend that kind of money. But Opelka was hooked up with a great deal, includes airfare, hotel, everything.
Wow.
You believe that?
Yeah. Wow.
So who's going to take the tickets?
I have no idea. I would just sell them, but I mean, I would love to go see something like that. But
Dawn can't go. She's in Italy.
Yeah. One of these days.
And I can't have you off, too.
No, I'm not going anywhere. All right. So thank you very much, Opelka. Now I'm in my feelings wishing I could do things like that, but I can't. But one thing we can do is I believe we can appreciate a man who believes free speech is worth losing $22 billion. And I've long been a fan of Elon Musk, even prior to his acquisition of X. And it's funny how when you think about somebody, when they're a mainstream media darling and the left loves you, and you do one thing that deviates away from the talking points, you quickly become dead to them. Donald Trump, mainstream media darling, decides to run as a Republican in 2015. Now he's persona non grata. Same thing with all of the environmental nut jobs out there and all the Tesla owners. Oh, we love our little Elon Musk. He's our environmentally friendly scientist. And then all of a sudden he purchases X. He restores free speech. And now you can't even find out by using like an AI chatbot if Elon Musk is a better human being than Adolf Hitler was. Because if you ask, ChatGPT that question, they say it's too tough of a call to answer. So you know that the left and mainstream media now hates Elon Musk. And I don't know that Elon Musk would go through with this. But if you were going to come out and say that the United States needs a red wave to save it, which is exactly what Elon Musk said, then there's no doubt about it. You need to come out and endorse Donald Trump and vote for Donald Trump and say you're going to vote for Donald Trump, because you know what? You're already dead to the left, okay? The left now does not view Elon Musk the way they used to. Now, I would argue that Elon's politics probably align more with like an RFK. RFK as an environmental guy, a guy against censorship, a guy against big pharma. Those are three things that Elon Musk stands for. But Elon Musk said the following, quote, "I voted 100% Dem until a few years ago. Now I think we need a red wave or America is toast." That is what Elon Musk tweeted on X on Sunday. Musk, who said he voted for Biden in 2020, grew critical of Biden after Tesla was excluded from the president's 2021 electrical vehicle summit. So it was probably a little sour grapes there as the owner of Tesla. And although Musk hasn't hidden his distaste towards Biden, the billionaire has not endorsed Biden's rival, Donald Trump, yet. Quote, "I think I would not vote for Biden. I'm not saying I would vote for Trump," Musk said. And we know he had that long summit back in November with, I forget the guy's name. He was one of those editors or writers from the New York Times. He had three. It was like something Sorkin. I forget what his first name is. And we played you that and a lot of that stuff on the cut sheet.
Andrew Ross Sorkin.
Andrew Ross Sorkin. That is correct. Thank you.
Something Sorkin.
How I knew Sorkin, but I didn't recall the first two is amazing. He also goes on to say that this is a critical point in the history of the United States of America where many of our established entities are under attack. Okay, so I'm going to put Elon Musk in the same category as our buddy we played on Monday, Michael Rappaport. You know what I'm tired of, and this is going to come off a little strongly worded, but that's fine. If you have children, maybe just turn this down.
Oh boy,
I don't think this will get us in trouble, but if it is, Greg, just yell at me, do whatever.
Okay.
You know the word that rhymes with hussy, but with a P word instead of hussy? Yeah. Stop hussy-footing around the issue.
Oh, you can say pussyfooting. That's fine.
Yeah, stop pussyfooting around the issue. If you do not like Joe Biden and you think Joe Biden is awful, and that is your right to say that, even though in this country it's like, God forbid you criticize a Democrat, and maybe the bigger crime is God forbid you publicly endorse a Republican. Come out and say it and vote for the guy and say you're endorsing Trump. Rappaport's been saying for months, voting for Trump's on the table. It's on the table. It's on the table. Dude, it's been on the table for 6 months. You still have 6 months to go. But you know you're not voting for Biden, so just come out and say you're voting for Trump. Because every issue that you take issue with Biden, Trump is strong on. So that would make you, I don't know, either pussyfooting around the issue or a hypocrite or whatever. The same thing for Elon Musk. And Elon Musk isn't going to consult anybody. He's got bleep you money. He can do whatever he wants, say whatever he wants. And maybe there's people in his inner circle that can't tell him and sway him one way or the other. But I would just say this. If you're making these comments that the United States needs a red wave to save the country, well, I got news for you, Elon. RFK is not saving the United States of America, all right? Because RFK doesn't fall under what would be the accomplishment of being a red wave. Elon Musk, RFK, probably more aligned issue to issue down the list, but there's no doubt about it. And remember, Trump and Elon Musk, they met about 5 or 6 weeks ago. This was back in like beginning of March. And the reports were that no, Donald Trump did not ask Elon Musk for money when we're talking about all of the ongoing judgments that he owes to E. Jean Carroll and to Letitia James in the state of New York. And I'll take everybody at the face value for that. Trump probably did not ask him for money. But if I'm Trump, I would have asked him for his endorsement. And my question would be, because Elon Musk, I actually think resonates with both sides of the political spectrum. I think there's a lot of free speech absolutists that appreciate what Elon Musk did. I think there's a lot of environmental people that like Elon Musk with Tesla, the science, the nerdy people. They like the space shuttles and all that stuff. So I actually think Elon Musk coming out and endorsing Trump would carry significant weight. If we are talking about a razor-thin election, if you're Trump, you go to Elon Musk and say, hey, I saw the red wave comment. How about a public endorsement? Because I think Elon Musk can sway people that are in that independent, moderate range towards Donald Trump. You guys think an Elon Musk endorsement would carry weight in a razor-tight election?
I do.
For either guy, by the way.
I do. I don't think that Elon Musk is going to come out and endorse Trump.
Out of fear? Because, I mean, this is the man that has basically been, telling America that if you don't like what I have to say,
go yourself.
No, it's true. It's true. He doesn't seem to care what people think of him.
But it does seem like he's more of an RFK guy, would be my guess.
I mean, the comment about the red wave is very telling.
Right.
I mean, that's as close, I think, he's ever come to endorsing anybody.
Which is, and if you think about it, in the last 2 years since he purchased X, he has gradually slid further right on every issue, which is where I arrive at the conclusion and then come out and endorse him. Dude, you already lost $22 billion on X.
Yeah.
You're already dead to the mainstream media. There's a faction of Democrats that probably don't like you after you've restored free speech and done these things. You don't really have anything else to lose. And whatever you do lose, it's not going to affect you anyway. So I just thought that was an interesting story.
I think as far as Elon Musk, he's also worried about the fact that, Tesla's quarterly deliveries declining for the first time in nearly 4 years.
Is that true?
Fell short of Wall Street analyst estimates.
That's a bloodbath from what I understand.
Yes.
Don't use that word.
I know.
Don't use that. And then also you have the Tax Foundation, that's an advocacy group for lowering taxes, says that Biden's sweeping budget blueprint for federal spending for fiscal 2025, which would reduce economic output, would reduce our output by 2.2% in the long run, slashes wages by 1.6%, and would kill nearly 800,000 full-time jobs.
Oh, boy.
So I think a lot of you remember you played the clip of we played Jamie Dimon speaking about this in where was that, New Hampshire, I believe, when he spoke about a red wave. And I think these guys they're looking at the numbers.
Yes.
If you're somebody who's not looking at the emotion, you're looking at it's all about the economy. It's about the numbers, and that will fuel everything and make everybody's lives better. I think that's what Elon Musk is looking at.
Yep. Well said. Emotions versus facts and actual raw numbers. Because we have look, we can put the two resumes up for the first 3 years and compare them side by side, which we don't get a chance to do very often in this level of politics. All right, 7:46. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out at Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Judith Yosef, the entire team at Cherry Hill Volvo, tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you're watching right now, or if you're going to get to your destination and watch us later, please hit the subscribe button. I know you played this in your big take, but it's worth playing again because there's a whole slew of comments around it from KJP and everything. Donald Trump released this brutal new ad on Biden's border bloodbath, is what he's calling it.
Yep.
This is cut 5. Philip, go.
A murder on Grand Rapids southwest side yesterday.
Armed and dangerous.
This is the parking lot where police responded yesterday to gunfire reports, and it is where they found 22-year-old Leah Gomez, who was pronounced dead right here at the scene.
A mom to a nearly 2-year-old daughter with special needs.
Sledgehammer smashing through the jewelry cases.
It should be surprising, but it's not.
Great Lakes Crossing and Oakland Mall in Troy were hit by this crew, linked back to his cell from Chile in South America.
The Chilean gangs have been hitting us very hard. We have 100+ teams in operation right now in America.
Police say Brandon Ortiz Vite used a handgun he bought illegally to shoot Ruby Garcia multiple times on Friday before leaving her body on the freeway and driving off in her car. Just an awful story, and he confessed that he committed the crime.
Wow. Wow, super powerful. We played you that in the big take. I would take it a step further, and obviously you can create a bunch of ads, so you don't need to put 7 different things into one 60-second or 30-second commercial. I mean, I would take the Lake and Riley stuff. I would remember the video we showed you months ago of the migrants coming out of the courthouse in New York, flipping off the cameramen? One of the guys was wearing a basketball jersey, I believe. I would take that.
By the way, that guy was acquitted, by the way.
Was he acquitted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think he wasn't at he actually wasn't at the scene of the crime.
That was the mob scene, I think,
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
I would take the video of the Border Patrol agents being steamrolled with the fence, falling over them and things like that. And I would just say this is Biden's America, where redistricting purposes are a bigger concern than your safety and security. I think it's a very powerful ad, and I think it's going to come down to the 2 ads, abortion versus the border.
Donald Trump was in Grand Rapids, Michigan yesterday, and he was standing in front of officers, border officials and everything, and basically was saying he's hammering that point home about the border bloodbath. This is what he said on that. This is 8. Phil, go.
I stand before you today to declare that Joe Biden's border bloodbath. It's a border bloodbath, and it's destroying our country. It's a very bad thing happening. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. Not one more innocent life should be lost to Biden migrant crime. The first step to restoring safety in America is to fire crooked Joe Biden, get him out November 5th. We don't want them coming into our country with contagious diseases, and they have it. And all of a sudden you see these contagious diseases spreading. Once peaceful, suburban Michigan is really now, you're under an invasion.
There you go.
Wow, I can't believe NBC News and Meet the Press Now actually aired that. Did they consult with Rachel Maddow, brand manager, before doing so?
Brand manager Rachel Maddow. No,
wow.
I don't think they did.
Okay. I'm looking at the swing state general election poll that was just released from the Wall Street Journal. Trump leads Michigan by 3 points right now over Biden, 48-45. I also saw this is actually a big victory also yesterday for Trump. I believe Trump secured the Michigan Police Union endorsement, which accounts for over, I think, 12,000 members. So a good day and good trends right now for Trump in the Wolverine State.
I got to say, going back to the big take that you had, and by the way, if you missed it, about 6:10 this morning, just go back on the Odyssey app and hit the rewind portion. You can listen to it. This really is, like, you can see 2 campaigns. Biden hammering home the abortion issue, Trump hammering home the immigration issue.
Yep.
And the who wins this election is going to it's going to be decided on those 2 issues.
Yeah, and I've said this for a while. I'm still a little surprised. Again, I'm not downplaying the border by any stretch. It's an absolute unmitigated disaster. But I never thought it would get to the point where it jumped the economy as the number one issue. The economy is still a big issue for sure. I just never thought that this would be the number one thing. I thought people would take their bottom line dollar before, safety, security, so forth and so on with the border. But that has not been the case. We've seen that in almost every primary state leading up to primary day where, the public was polled and the results were telling.
Cut 9 here, Phil. Trump yesterday in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on what he will do on day 1. Cut 9, go.
On day 1, I will seal the border and will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. And if other countries say they won't take them back, we're not going to take them back. I will say that, here they come. You're just going to hold on to your britches, because here they come. They're coming back.
There you go.
Hold on to your britches. I'm sending the animals back. The mainstream media is going to run with that today.
Hated it. They hated it.
The word animals is going to be plastered all over the screen today. And it's going to be, he called all of these other human beings animals. I think specifically he's referring to the ones that are come here that act like animals, that are violent criminals, rapists, killers, gang members, drug dealers. So I have no problem calling that segment of the group animals. You act like an animal, you get treated like an animal.
By the way, the immigration issue won Trump the election in 2016. So I think it's a smart issue for him to be hammering home on. Karine Jean-Pierre took to the podium yesterday and discussed Trump calling the invasion the border invasion a bloodbath. She was not happy
Oh,
about it.
of course not.
Cut one, Phil, go.
Right. Going back to the bloodbath question, the former president used that terminology a week or two ago, but he's talking about it again today. What's the White House reaction to the use of that term, bloodbath?
I'm going to be really mindful here because it is President. Obviously the former president is also a candidate here, so want to follow the law with the Hatch Act.
Well, she loves the Hatch Act, doesn't she?
Our response is we have to denounce any violent rhetoric that we hear, certainly from our leaders, right, that tears our country apart. It could tear up our country apart and puts our fellow Americans in harm's way, in danger. So we have to denounce that. And look, I think, and we think, that the American people wants to see the country coming together. That's what they want. They want to make sure that we respect our democracy. They want.
You've had 3 years to bring the country together, Joe. All you've used is divisive rhetoric since you took office. You know what's amazing to me is the safety and security of Americans is at risk when Trump uses words. But it's the Democrats' actions that are not a safety and security risk to Americans. So you have an open border. You have a stampede of illegal immigrants coming across, committing all sorts of crime. That is not a safety and health issue for Americans, but Trump using the word bloodbath or animals is a threat to democracy. I love that. The left is always putting the value of words above the punitive results of actions or failed actions.
Violent rhetoric that puts our fellow Americans in harm's way.
Right.
Words hurt. Words hurt. Oh, shut up.
You little softy. Go home.
I cannot stand the words.
She is a totally incompetent, empty suit up there. And I've said this in the past. The only time I will ever defend her is just in general. She's got bad facts to work with. So you could spin it. John Kirby's better at spinning it. Jake Sullivan's better at spinning it. But she is just atrocious at her job. She's always mindful of all the ways that she cannot tell you anything. She's memorized the Hatch Act. There's about 4 Americans in this country that know what the Hatch Act is, and she's one of them. It might be the only thing she's ever studied and memorized, the Hatch Act.
A suspected Venezuelan illegals found squatting in the basement of a home in the Bronx. Police found multiple loaded guns, 3 extended magazines, ammo, ketamine mixed with cocaine, and a 7-year-old child.
Yep, they're coming here for refuge.
One of the migrants had previously been charged with attempted murder for shooting someone in the leg. The police were called after one of the men was spotted with a gun next to a school. A neighbor said the owner of the home had been trying to get them out for the longest period of time, but couldn't thanks to New York's squatting laws.
Wouldn't happen in Florida anymore.
The men were charged with criminal possession of a weapon, criminal possession of controlled substances, and acting in a manner that could injure a child. All the men, except for 2, were released without bail.
Just don't call them animals, whatever you do, Greg.
This is courtesy of ABC 7 New York. Eyewitness News, cut 7, Phil, go.
That we just obtained when police sprung into action, hopping out of their squad cars after they got a call about a man with a gun. When they arrived, they chased 24-year-old Hector de Soso Villata, believed to be from Venezuela, into the basement of this Hull Avenue home. Another man, 22-year-old Javier Alborno, tried to get away with another gun before he was also arrested. Playing on your screen now are 4 of the 8 suspects that were under arrest being walked out one by one from police. When a search warrant was in place, investigators recovered 2 more loaded guns, 3 loaded extended magazines, a box of ammunition, and a bag of ketamine mixed with cocaine.
Cool.
Moments ago, we spoke with a neighbor just next door about the landlord and those uninvited guests.
There you go.
Boy, if you're ever going to have a raging house party, guns, ketamine, coke, 7-year-olds, and squatters. Sounds like a whale of a Saturday night. In all seriousness, I mean, these governors, We got to end the charade. And I'm glad DeSantis has done it. Sadly, it'll fall on partisan politic lines. I'm sure Brian Kemp in Georgia or Greg Abbott in Texas, Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, on down the list, Kay Ivey in Alabama, whoever it is, these red governors will look at legislation and try to pass and enact these laws that Florida is doing. And, blue cities and blue states will wait until it's too late or it's undeniable or a minor is at risk, and then they'll send in the police.
It is unbelievable to me that they can claim residency because they're squatting in this house.
It's amazing they can do anything in this country.
Yeah.
Vote, squat, purchase this, buy that, not pay taxes.
Yep. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, if you want to see this video, Nick Kayal, if you will do me a favor as I'm reading the story directly from the New York Post, if you can kind of describe what is happening. This is cut 3, Phil, if you want to put up the video. This is a man who punched a disabled man in Manhattan. He may avoid jail time after blaming the attack on his diabetes.
Oh, so he needed a Snickers bar, and so he decided to knock out a man with a disability, you said? I think this guy's got some sort of issue because he's laying there knocked out almost cold.
Andrew Caban is blaming his diabetes for sucker punching 61-year-old Richard Regan. Regan was forced to undergo brain surgery due to the attack, spent 30 days in the hospital, and now lives with frequent seizures.
This is ridiculous.
At the time of the attack, he was headed to rehab for his stroke he suffered a couple years earlier. Caban says he is sorry that his diabetes caused the attack. I've suffered diabetes for a very long time, from a very young age. I've had hypoglycemic episodes previously, and I'm so sorry this happened, he said in Manhattan Criminal Court. I was reckless. There were no intentions at all. I had no intentions to harm him. Caban is trying to claim he didn't fully recall what happened because of his diabetes.
Phil, if you could keep just rolling this video on loop, you've got about 2 or 3 punches from the guy who's claiming diabetes is my defense.
Give me a break.
Knocks the guy down out cold, his legs buckled, and then the guy gets off the elevator, and then about a couple of seconds later, maybe some hotel or apartment building security or building security guard comes in and helps up this poor man. Dawn, I'll defer to you. You have a son with diabetes. Has your son ever knocked somebody out because his sugar was low?
No, of course not.
I didn't think so.
I mean, whether it's high blood sugar, low blood sugar, generally speaking, low blood sugar, you pass out.
Yeah.
And if it's extremely low, you could die.
You don't mean you? Yeah, actually, that happened to one of my neighbors a couple weeks ago. They almost went into a coma. So you're saying that punching somebody in the face is not really a reaction to?
Never heard that.
Never heard it?
Well, he didn't have insulin with him, so he had to throw a right cross.
Caban faced up to a year in jail, but pled guilty to reckless assault in the 3rd degree, which means he may get off with just a slap in the wrist under the sweetheart plea deal.
Of course.
New York City.
Yep.
Did he say he had hyperglycemia? Or hyperglycemia is high blood.
Hypoglycemic.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Because hyper
means you're hyper, right? No, I don't know.
Yeah, hypo.
It's like Michael Myers in
this
SNL.
This makes no sense. I thought he said hyper, which would be the high.
Yeah.
The hypoglycemia is where it goes, like your neighbor. It's where you go extremely low, and that's when you go into a coma or you can die. It's life-threatening. But low blood sugar is never going to cause you to do what he just did.
It's not.
In fact, you don't have energy. You don't have the glucose. You know what I mean?
The hell you say, Don Stenslin?
It makes no sense.
Yeah, so we're just not going to prosecute people. We're going to let people off lightly, no cash bail. People with multiple priors. It's just going to keep on happening.
By the way, I'm kind of compiling all of these stories for you just to show you these reckless cities and these reckless laws.
Yep.
And these lawyers and these DAs that won't prosecute anybody or let people off in these sweetheart deals.
Yeah, we're
out on the streets when they shouldn't be.
Yeah. Empowering and emboldening the criminal. And they know. And these people are not stupid. They know what they can get away with. They are well aware. And everybody around the country and around the globe knows with our border and things like that. These people, as detestable as they are aware of the playing conditions of the field, so to speak. And trust me, if law and order was a thing, you would see these stories slowly disappear.
Yeah. I agree with you, by the way. I mean, like, look, crime has always been a thing. There's always been deplorable people who do awful things. But it just seems that nobody has consequences for their actions anymore. We just make excuses for people.
And we've seen, I mean, to say that New York is unsalvageable or California is unsalvageable or it's not the case. We saw in New York when New York had their issues in the 80s, and then they got tough on crime and tough on drugs from, the early 90s through probably midway through the Bush administration, and I'm talking about GW, like 2005, 2006, New York had really cleaned up their act. So it can be done. You just got to elect the right people.
Mark Bissey says we need to send Snake Plissken in. Remember from what's
Snake Plissken? What movie is that from? Why am I not recognizing?
Excuse me, that's Kurt Russell, right? From
one of those like Rambo type movies he was in.
What was that movie?
It wasn't Rambo, but it was.
Somebody on the chat, tell me what movie it is, and I can picture it. I just can't think of the name.
Yeah.
Let's go over to San Francisco, shall we?
Escape from New York.
Yeah, Escape from New York. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to escape New York and go to San Francisco.
Remember? Sorry, I had a coughing fit. That's why I turned my microphone off.
Snake Plissken.
Yep. Let's go over to San Francisco, shall we? Remember when AOC said that these people that were looting and stealing from places, they just needed bread.
Right.
They just needed bread to feed their families.
Yes.
Everybody must eat. Exactly. Everybody must eat. This video courtesy and audio courtesy of CBS News in the Bay Area. This is a Walgreens that was ransacked on Easter Sunday.
Hey, crime doesn't even take off a day.
Look what they're
Jesus.
Look what they're stealing. Look what they're stealing, and tell me that these people just need bread.
Yeah.
Just need bread to feed their families.
Right.
Got 6, Phil. Go.
On Easter Sunday, this brazen group grabbing what they please.
They've got masks on.
And carrying bags and backpacks, they went up and down the aisles, stealing merchandise. There is a security camera inside the store.
Look at
and
this.
a KPIX employee was taking this video, but this group didn't seem to care.
Nope.
And it was just like an ambush, basically. That's pretty much it. It was that quick.
Our producer who took this video didn't want to be identified, but describes what happened.
It took me about 3 seconds to pull my phone out and started videoing and or filming. And
just take whatever you need.
No care at all. So.
Were you concerned even standing in their way, taking video?
No, I mean, it's San Francisco. I'm so kind of immune to it at this point.
What was the reaction of the employees during and after?
Stand down.
Did nothing. Basically, I think they're also probably immune to it. Again, it's that area. It's Market and Civic Center. I think they're used to smash and grabs in that area, especially the Walgreens and.
Well, I mean, once again, they know, and I'm looking, and if you're watching along in that video, those items that they grabbed up and down those aisles, that's not going to add up to $2,000. And I think the law is in California that shoplifting under $2,000 will not result in your prosecution. So, again, these people know, and they even on Easter Sunday, hey, we need some deodorant, we need pantyhose, mouthwash, and some floss. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go loot. Anybody else need anything while I'm out?
Mm-hmm. Back in the day, these individuals could have been shot.
Yeah.
By if this were especially a mom and pop store.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is why a lot of people are closing shop.
Yep.
Because they know that if they take any action, if they do anything to stop individuals like this from coming in and robbing them blind, and the margins in this economy are so slim that they know they're the ones, the owners and the workers are going to be persecuted, prosecuted. And so that's why we see the closing up of shops like this.
And then when you see big chains like Walgreens leaving rough areas of big blue cities because of the theft and the losses on their end, then Squad Dems come out and say that it's racist for Walgreens or CVS to leave the community that they're supposed to be serving.
Yes.
Well, if you enforce the laws, Walgreens wouldn't leave, because you know what Walgreens' goal is? To turn a profit. Hard to turn a profit when you get ransacked.
You a video game guy, Nick Kayal?
I used to be, but only 2 video games. If it was sports, it was the Madden football game.
Yep.
And Call of Duty, the war game.
The new NHL game, NHL 24 from EAS Sports, won't let you use the name Team Trump to be a team.
In the create a team, create a player mold?
Because it contains profanity.
Trump's now a profane word.
Yeah, play the video, Phil, if you can. This is cut.
Yes, I did see this. Look at this.
Cut 4.
This guy is trying to create his team name, and you can use an alternative name, a created, edited name, or Team USA. And he's trying to put now he's putting in Team Biden. Let me guess, they accepted it.
Of course.
Okay, so you can create a team in NHL 24.
Yep.
Team Biden.
Yep.
But Team Trump is banned.
Yep. That is an amazing, amazing piece of video right there.
I never knew that. Now, I guess that would probably be EA Sports that makes that video game, would be my assumption.
Yep.
I never knew EA Sports had a political bias in the video game industry.
Team Trump contains profanity, but Team Biden does. What?
Well, I mean,
what?
Elon Musk is also on par with Hitler, according to AI's Google chatbot. So my guess is EA Sports is probably a company that's headquartered probably in Silicon Valley, or at least in California in general. So, yeah, they probably have a bunch of 23-year-old left-wingers drinking Mountain Dew, eating Cheetos, and vaping, and they think Trump's a profane name.
Amazing. It's amazing.
Hey, why don't you go Trump yourself?
That's funny.
Yeah. What a disgrace.
So we discussed the other day RFK Jr. saying on CNN that he believes that Joe Biden actually presents a bigger risk to democracy than Donald Trump.
Yep.
They were debating that on CNN yesterday because that's what they do.
Right.
Somebody says something and then they spend days debating what that person said.
But if they all agree that Trump's the bigger threat, then there's no debate. This is just groupthink.
Well, according to this, Eva McKend, who was on the lead with Jake Tapper, she says RFK Jr. presents a threat to the political establishment on both sides. Remember I said he's kind of running as the outsider candidate?
Yeah.
She says sometimes he sounds MAGA, sometimes he sounds far left. You just don't know how to pin him down.
Okay.
And I know you have some thoughts on this because I saw your Twitter feed yesterday about RFK Jr. Nick. So
yes.
I'm kind of teeing you up for this.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Cut to Phil, go.
I can make the argument that President Biden is a much worse threat to democracy. And the reason for that is President Biden is the first candidate in history, the first president in history that has used the federal agencies to censor political speech, so to censor his opponent.
So, there's a lot in that. We should note, it wasn't Biden doing the censoring, although the Biden administration for sure was asking social media companies to cut down on misinformation about the virus. And Kennedy Jr. was suspended from Instagram for, quote, repeatedly sharing debunked claims about the coronavirus or vaccines. What's the strategy here?
Well, I can tell you who his campaign is appealing to. I was at his rally last week in Oakland. You have people who didn't vote at all in 2020 showing up, and then you have people who voted for President Biden in 2020 that also are attracted to his campaign. I think sometimes here in Washington, it is easy for us to lose sight that there are people on both sides of the aisle that were not happy with being forced to take the COVID shot. That felt as though deeply aggrieved that they, in order to re-enter society, had to get vaccinated. And so he does speak to those people, and they aren't all on one side of the aisle. But also his politics writ large are really complicated on a whole number of issues. That's why I think he presents a threat to the political establishment on both sides, because it's sort of hard to put him in a box when it comes to a host of policy matters. Sometimes he sounds MAGA, sometimes he sounds far left on issues of climate change, for instance.
Well, I got news for her. There's a lot of people out there that are like RFK Jr. that don't fit into one nice little succinct box, okay? My wife's uncle, I tell you all the time, he's RFK Jr. meets Alex Jones. I mean, he can go from far left to far right and anywhere in between on any given issue. But I said this yesterday on Twitter. I said RFK Jr. is a leftist. RFK Jr. also has a few stances on a few issues that align with the right. RFK Jr. will also take more votes from Biden Biden, and this is just my personal opinion, he'll take more votes from Biden than Trump, which I believe makes him a net positive for Donald Trump. All of these things can be true simultaneously, despite what grifters on social media will try to tell you. Like, I think if you were to weigh every single issue of RFK Jr., the ledger would skew hard left. But he has a few things that I think make him appealing to some on the right. And he's, I would say, the three most popular or recognizable figures that probably will support, vote for, and or endorse RFK Jr. are Joe Rogan, Aaron Rodgers, which I think he officially has done so. Although Rogan has voted for Trump, but I also think Rogan likes RFK. Aaron Rodgers,
I don't think Rogan voted for Trump, dude.
No, I'm almost certain. No, that wasn't Rogan. That was Dana White.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mixed up my bald guys. So
he hates that, by the way.
I know. I saw him.
That.
I saw him snap at Sage Steele for doing that.
Yep.
And so you have Aaron Rodgers, you have Joe Rogan, and you have Elon Musk. And I think there are a lot of people out there. And, you might say, well, RFK is only polling at 12% or 18%. But quantify that percentage based on the amount of millions of Americans in this country. Yeah, there's a market for RFK, and he's going to be a factor. I think he helps Trump, bottom line, though.
Okay, I'm just looking back at because in about 2 weeks ago, Joe Rogan did make that comment, I'd vote for Trump before I'd vote for Biden. And then remember he said Joe Biden's cabinet couldn't run a Ben & Jerry's.
Yes.
So I think that's what gave Nick the perception.
Yeah. Well, Dana White has been one of these guys that said, no, you go bleep yourself. I voted for Trump and no business will, tell me I have to tone it down. Remember when Dana White was going off, I don't know if it was Bud Light or some company that came out and was like, why don't you dial it back? And he's like, no, I'm not dialing it back. So, all right, we'll take a couple of calls really quick here when it comes to some of the stuff that we've been discussing here. On the cut sheet, people want to weigh in. 855-839-1210. Tom is in Percy, and he's got some solutions to looting. Tom, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
As always. Hey, this just came into my mind when you were talking about these looters in all these stores. Well, look at, I think Dawn had talked about Amazon Fresh, how if you go into the store, as you go through the store, they know exactly what's in your cart and your bag. I think that would be an expensive thing to do, but imagine these looters, they start going through the store, and once they hit the $2,000 mark, a Batman net drops down on them.
I would love that.
Woo!
Wow. It's a thought,
Yeah. No, I like it. But we got to have Robin, a.k.a. Burt Ward, saying, holy hairnets, Batman, or something. Now, here's the only problem with that.
Yeah.
Beyond the obvious of, dropping a net out of the sky. These companies have advised their employees not to confront these individuals.
I know.
So it's like, okay, yeah, you can call the cops, but by the time you call the cops and they arrive, the looter's probably a mile and a half away from the crime scene. So, until these companies say, hey, if they do somehow get to 2,000, then you can physically intervene. We're not going to make any progress, but they're never going to do that because they don't want lawsuits.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
They don't want to have to pay for the injuries to their employee, much less the lawsuit from the criminal who's saying, you assaulted me.
We're at this weird spot now where the business owners can't do anything, and the law enforcement is not going to do anything.
Yep.
So these criminals are coming in and be like, yeah, I'm not going to hide my face. I'm literally just going to walk in, empty the shelves and leave, and nobody's going to stop me.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
And it could end today. It's not like there's no solution. We know what the solution is. It's flat out at the top. You got to vote these people out. And secondly, hope that maybe they just get to a point where they feel like they will lose re-election, so they have to do a 180 in reverse course.
What do you think would happen if all those individuals right there that you're showing in the store, and they block the doors, and they've got, armed guys or the sticky Spider-Man nets or whatever.
Yeah.
Boom. It never happens again.
No,
it's done.
It's done. You're absolutely right. Now there's probably a few people that will stand down. There's others that are going to fight, and we're going to have violence, and it's going to turn into, assault or manslaughter or homicide or whatever. But I think most people, because I do believe you can deter crime. You just have to be tough on it.
Sure.
So, whether that's, border walls, razor wire, whether that's armed guards or just prosecutors that say, look, you better hope you don't get arrested and end up on my docket, because the last thing you want is me prosecuting you, because you're going away.
You come out of that Walgreens with a bunch of stuff that you shoplifted, and you get a bullet in the leg, or you get a billy club between the eyes, you'll think twice about doing it again.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just
No
saying.
doubt.
Yeah.
Let's grab Tony in Pottstown. He wants some thoughts here on Trump's polling numbers. Tony, good morning. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos.
Oh, it's our buddy Tony.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hola.
By the way, that means good morning, gentlemen and lady.
Yes.
Thank you. Great job, by the way. I love your show.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, number one, the illegals got to go back to where they came from. Number two, America is the best country in the world. I just bought my new truck.
Nice.
Yesterday, bought my new truck. Number three, all right, so I've been thinking about this. Trump said during all the debates, correct, all the Republican debates,
Yep.
he said based on the numbers, based on the polls, we believe that Trump is winning. We believe that there is going to be a red wave. What is the numbers of every poll in America are crook?
Are what?
Are crooks?
Like, what if all the numbers are controlled by someone? What if they're giving us fake numbers?
Well, I mean, that's what
Trump-
that's kind of the takeaway we've had since the midterms of, November of 2022.
So why Trump said during all the debates of with all the Republicans, I think that's going to be a weak spot, because based on the numbers Trump said, like he didn't debate anybody.
True, but here's the thing you have to remember, Tony. When you look at some of these numbers, and I've got these, I'll give you the swing state polling numbers. This was just 9 hours ago from the Wall Street Journal. To your point, though, Pennsylvania, Trump is up 3. Michigan, Trump is up 3. Nevada, Trump is up 4. Arizona, Trump's up 5. North Carolina, Trump is up 6. And Wisconsin, they are tied. And Georgia, Trump is up 1. But here's the margin of error. It's 4%. So Trump in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania. The only two outside the margin of error are Arizona and North Carolina. I think Trump's going to win Arizona. I think Trump's going to take the border states with dealing with all of these issues. But we again, and you kind of highlighted the point, these numbers have been incredibly wrong in the last 2 years. I mean, the only place where the anticipated red wave that occurred that matched the polling was largely Florida. Other than that, it's been like, and that's why they give you the disclaimer of margin of error. Trump could be up in a poll by 3 points and then lose that state on election day by 4 points. So you see those swings. So it's not out of the equation. So I don't trust any of the polls. I just give them as a talking point.
Tulsi Gabbard was on Tucker Carlson's program last week.
I love her.
And she was asked about being Trump's VP. This is what, because there was a report yesterday. I think she spoke to, I don't know, there's a New York Post or New York Magazine, one of those two. And she claims that she was asked to be RFK Jr.'s VP, but she turned it down.
Oh.
Or they couldn't come to some agreement, I think.
Okay.
So last week she was asked about being Trump's VP, and this is what she said. This is cut 11, Phil, go.
In a lot of different news stories talked about as a potential VP choice for Trump. I have no idea if that's going to happen or not. Probably unknowable. Are you open to that? If you don't do that, what else are you open to? What's your plan?
I would be honored. I'd be honored to serve our country in that way or in other ways, and to be in a position to help President Trump if he is reelected, to actually address these challenges, to help execute those policies that will bring back a secure border, that will breathe new life into our economy and start to get this radical inflation out of control. Which on that note, I was in a conversation the other day with like two different groups of people. One was with a very, very wealthy couple. And they were saying, well, gosh, and they're not fans of President Biden either, but like, the economy is not actually that bad. The stock market's doing all right. And, it's not really as bad as a lot of people are saying it is. And then the next conversation was with people who are not part of that wealthy class, who were talking about, a loaf of bread is 3 times more expensive today than it was 6 months ago or a year ago. Basic necessities, electricity, food, medicine, all of the things that people need just to live and to try to live in a healthy way are far more expensive, but they're not making a whole lot more. The dollar is going, not going nearly as far as it needs to in order to be able to afford this inflation. And so I just mentioned that because this disconnect still continues between the elite in Washington and the reality that they live in versus the reality that the rest of us live in this country. And President Trump recognizes that. I'd love to be in a position to help secure our country and to get us off this path towards World War III and nuclear war that the Democrat elite and President Biden's policies have us on.
All right, so that was a very interesting clip. You guys know I'm a big fan of Tulsi Gabbard's. I have no reason to believe that the RFK Veep invitation is not true. I would imagine his camp would come out and deny it if that was not the case. I do think she would make a tremendous selection for Donald Trump for vice president. And I think if you're looking about trying to secure some of those suburban females that might be winnable or attainable, I think she could be an asset for Trump. I'd also like to hear her stance on obviously the biggest issue plaguing Republicans, and that's abortion. But I also think she can come at it from a standpoint of, hey, I used to be a Democrat and I left that party. Yep. And there's a lot of people out there that have done so. And we've seen that here in Pennsylvania with voter registration up for Republicans.
I think that he should choose her. I don't think that he will choose her.
Agreed.
I think it's going to be a male.
Ugh.
I think it's going to be I think it's going to be an African American male.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've talked about this. Are you going female? Are you going African American man? Or are you going Latino man? We've heard Marco Rubio, but you're doing so well, and I've said this countless times. You're doing so well with Hispanic voters. I don't know that you absolutely need that. I would argue probably black man or female. And again, my top choice, if you're going for an African-American man, would be Byron Donalds.
Yep.
But he's my top choice for everything.
Finally, this morning, and then we can make way for Tony Bruno. I want to play an amazing clip. Rand Paul on the House floor, on the Senate floor, talking about
pints and politics,
the ridiculous things the government spends our tax money on, which I think is hysterical. But by the way, if you have not done so yet, Dom Giordano is going to host Rand Paul for Politics and Pints on April 11th.
It's amazing.
This is such a cool event.
It's at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Newtown, Bucks County. It's a great location. Tickets are on 1210WPHT.com. They're going to discuss his new book, Deception, the Great COVID Cover-Up, about Anthony Fauci. And you get a signed copy of the book along with your tickets. So go there right now, 1210WPHT.com, to get these great tickets while they last.
Are other hosts on the station allowed to attend this event?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have Dom on maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
To discuss the event, and maybe you can throw your name in the hat.
Yeah, I just want to go for two reasons.
Dawn won't be here, so
yes, Dawn.
I'll be in Italy,
traveling the globe.
It'll be 77 degrees.
She'll be back by 4th of July. I just want to go for two reasons. I want to go there and shake Rand Paul's hand and say, "Hey, man, thank you for grilling Fauci. Yeah. Now get me a stinking beer." I don't want Rand Paul to get me the beer. I want the bartender to get me.
I'm going to bring a bottle of bourbon backstage.
No,
because I want to see. I want Dom and Rand Paul to go shot for shot, and then do a stage show.
Oh my God,
it's going to be amazing. All right, this is Rand Paul discussing the ridiculous things the government spends your tax money on. This is cut 12, Phil. Go.
Gin to a sunfish versus tequila. Which would make the sunfish more aggressive? Nearly $1 million spent studying whether or not Japanese quail, if you give them cocaine, whether or not they're more sexually promiscuous. Was it one small step for man, or was it one small step for a man? And in the end, $750,000 later, they couldn't decide. Was it one step for man, one step for a man? $2 million for the construction of a kelp and shellfish nursery in Maine. $1.5 million to encourage video gaming in New York.
Oh my
we
God.
might be better off spending $1.5 million to discourage kids from playing video games. $388,000 for Columbia University. Be giving a rich university that has $13 billion any money. $249,000 for the Baltimore Symphony. Give money to all the symphonies and we'd make them part of government. Whether or not...
There you go.
That is outrageous. The tequila gin thing, I actually can confirm. Gin does make you a little more agitated and hostile.
Does it?
Yeah.
Really?
Gin's my weak spot.
Wow.
I got to be very careful when I drink gin, or I start making outrageous claims like I invented the question mark.
See, but you could have saved him all those millions of
I know.
tax dollars.
How about that? $250,000 for a symphony, $1.5 million for the encouragement of video games. That's the think about this, because I guess video games are still a big thing. But prior to, the internet and social media and apps, like kids in the 90s, we would I was always outside, but when there was like a rainy day, like I would have a couple of hours where I would just binge out on video games.
Yep.
But imagine video games still being a prominent thing today on top of tablets, YouTube, TikTok. I mean, no wonder why kids have no social skills. When they're not scrolling and swiping, they're playing these mind-numbing video games, and it just totally warps your sense of reality. Some of these kids go outside and they just the sun hits them and they don't know how to function. They're like a vampire.
Well, that was an awesome riff as Rand Paul was calling out the top 10 worst, the pork, the earmarks that are ridiculous.
The amount of money this government just wastes.
Fleecing.
On garbage.
My goal is to get
Fleecing
Rand Paul drunk on April 11th.
Stop.
In
I
Bucks County.
want to see Dom drunk. I challenge him to a golf match.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Take us at 1210 WPHT.
All right, that'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. Actually, the only round today, because 1 hour from now, we will have our veteran spotlight, Josh Jabin, the COO of the Travis Manion Foundation, a Marine himself. We'll talk to him in an hour. On the other side, we will talk to Tony Bruno, live from Florida. It's a good thing the Phillies got a victory. Maybe Bruno won't hit the panic button 5 games in. But we don't have to do those stories and shows anymore. The Phillies are 1-4. Is it time to hit the panic alarm? 610. It's like, dude, they have 156 games left. Relax. All right, but let me tell you about the Piazza Auto Group. We dropped the debut episode of Kayal Pool Karaoke just about 7 weeks ago, and Patrick Murphy was our first guest. And we filmed that in the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch, multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. And maybe the best feature of all for a father or for a wife and a mother, third row seating. If you've got a bigger family that's expanding, that third row seating comes in handy. And you can check out all the new options, including third row seating, on all of the variations of the Honda Pilot. The Trail Sport is a very unique model, but they come in other shapes and sizes with all the bells and whistles. You can check it out at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory in one convenient destination, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Take me out to...
kids game, we have to go.
Take me out to the...
Honey, please, just grab the cooler and his bat relief.
Root for the all-new Chevy lineup of SUVs at Hester Chevrolet. Big enough for the family and all the stuff this baseball season. Hester Chevy is your local home team with the largest availability of new Chevrolets in Philadelphia, plus the largest selection of Silverados and Trax. No dealer will beat their price. More at HesterChevy.com. See dealer for details.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Visit 1210WPHT.com/contests for your chance to win a family 4-pack of Fandango movie tickets to see Godzilla, Kong, The New Empire, and a gift pack that includes t-shirts and figurines. 1210WPHT.com/contests.
.35, it is Kayal Company on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And this segment is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union as we head on down to the great state of Florida. And our man, Tony Bruno, is with us yet again. I know Tony. And if the Phillies would have lost last night and fallen to 1-4, he would have hit the panic button and opened up the phones at 610-6. Actually, no, he wouldn't have because he knows it's a long season. Tony Bruno, what up, man?
Exactly right. Thank you. Well, the problem is, they were in Clearwater just about 2.5 weeks ago, enjoying beautiful weather every day. Then they go back east, and the weather's been up and down. Some night they had a couple nice days, cold days, and then rainy days. And now they're probably, I don't know what's going to happen with the game this afternoon, but, fans are fickle. I mean, after they lost that first game, fans were calling for Rob Thompson to be fired. So, it's a Philadelphia thing. The 76ers get Embiid back. That's good news. And the Phillies, and what we saw last night with the 3 home runs.
Yep.
And Bryce Harper busting out the whooping stick, as they used to say on ESPN back in the days when everybody had a catchphrase.
Yep.
It's fun to watch, and that's what fans want, because when sports teams win, most people don't care about politics when their teams are winning. So they focus on sports that makes them feel good, it makes them feel bad, but at least they move on to the next day, unlike politics where nobody can move on for the next 8 months, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly right. Speaking of politics, let's get to the 2 biggest political issues that we've been talking about today. Then I want to get your thoughts on Caitlin Clark and WrestleMania.
By the way, is Dawn going to Italy? I heard a rumor
yes.
she's going to Italy.
Yes, sir.
When is she leaving? When are you leaving, Dawn?
Friday.
This Friday already?
Yeah, this Friday. Listeners.
Wow.
Yeah, listeners trip. It's so exciting. Larry and the boys have never been.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of Goombas are they? Oh, that's right. They're not the Goombas. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pandemic, you know?
Tony, I don't know if your people told you, but you will be co-hosting a few shows with Mr. Kayal and myself when...
Now, when is I didn't write it down. On
His people? What do you mean his people? You mean Robin?
Yeah, I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but I think it's like the 2 Wednesdays.
Well, Robin wrote it down. I just flipped the calendar to April. That's how much I know. The only thing I knew I had in April was blood work yesterday morning at 9:15 a.m. That's all I have on my calendar.
Hopefully everything went well, sir.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I'll wait for the lab results, and then if I'm okay, I'll let you know. And if I'm not, then I'll let you know.
Exactly. One of the big stories that we talked about this morning is directly impacting you and other Floridians. 90% of illegal immigrants that have entered this country and have been flown by the Biden administration to a variety of cities and states, 90% have gone to Florida and Texas. And to be completely honest, it's Florida in a landslide. In the last 15 months, over 300,000 people. You live there. I mean, are people noticing this on their daily routines in the streets? And what are people saying about it?
People here aren't saying anything. They just go about their business and enjoy life and the weather until it starts getting ungodly hot in a couple of weeks, and then people will be complaining that it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Yeah. And then we'll worry about the hurricane season. And that's what happens here. I don't notice any differences going around every day. And, I go around, I go up to my lot to check it. By the way, construction is already underway. So there could be a big 1210 WPHT live broadcast from the deck overlooking the sunsets here in Southwest Florida by Christmas. We may have to have a big Christmas party down here.
I mean, I'm not
a live break. By the way, speaking of Christmas and parties, Dioli, he may as well just move down here and do remotes.
I know.
He's posting pictures from Key West at the sunset.
Who's this?
He was in the same ballpark with me with the
Yeah.
Phillies,
Yep.
a couple of rows apart, and now he's posting videos from Key West. He just wants to live here, doesn't he?
Well, I certainly do. So he's beating me to my retirement goals.
He is. He absolutely is.
Beautiful. The other big story I found interesting is when you look at some of the disturbing trends here as we're getting ready for another election. Did you know that Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Texas are registering voters at an alarming rate without photo ID? All you need as an illegal immigrant to register to vote is a social security card and number. And in Pennsylvania alone, Tony Bruno, 580,000 new registered voters, and we don't even mandate a photo ID. That just goes to show you how we stack up to other nations about taking elections seriously.
Well, I just saw on the local Philadelphia Inquirer, which I still will not subscribe for $1 for 6 months because it's not even worth $1 of my money for 6 months of their coverage.
I agree.
But anyway, I digress. That doesn't even count the grandfathered in dead people who vote in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia. I mean, just figure that. Yep. They at least had IDs when they were alive before they became always on the same voter rolls in Philadelphia. And now I see Philadelphia is going to have like more walk-in, register, and vote places because that's what we care about in Philadelphia. Make sure that people who supposedly can't get an ID are now going to go into these places and start getting their ballots now and getting them ready. And if somebody doesn't, people don't have a problem with that. I don't get it. I don't get why we cannot have an ID to vote. How that is racist and disenfranchising people. Nobody has tried to get more people out than big cities. And so that's one of these lame excuses, and I don't understand it.
Yep.
And listen, the Republicans are stupid. They're stupid just like the Democrats are. So if you want to take sides on which party is worse and trying to get people to vote,
Amen.
Just look at these local elections that are going on. Pennsylvania's got one coming up. How many people do you think are going to show up for that meaningless election year? Who cares at this point? Because Biden and Trump are both going to win another state. What difference? I mean, I know there's local elections and that kind of stuff, but seriously, people are not motivated to vote in these. Once both candidates were presumptive nominees, does anybody care about all these states voting every day now, other than the local things that matter to those people in those states? By the way, Kansas City, they voted against raising taxes so that the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals can get new stadiums built, and
I
the
saw
Royals.
that.
The Royals want a new stadium, but obviously Arrowhead, where the Chiefs play, they just want to spend billions of dollars to make it nicer because it's still a beautiful old stadium. So even Andy Reid out there politicking on voting day the other day out in Missouri was, yeah, we got to vote yes on this. Yes, let's raise taxes.
Yep.
And the people said no because people don't want to be paying taxes for rich sports owners to build their arenas or stadiums.
Right.
And that's the way people can't afford stuff. And now I'm going to have to raise my taxes so that you can have new additions or in Philadelphia so the 76ers could build a building down there where they've had 2 malls already fail in the last, 15 years?
Right.
Come on, man.
Right. No, I agree with you. I mean, you talk about the cost of tickets, the cost of concessions, the cost of parking. Now we got to foot the bill for you to build a plush new arena or stadium, which is a total joke and a sin, to steal a phrase from Dawn. Because, Tony, you know this as well as anybody. These networks and these franchises and these leagues, they are printing cash hand over fist with the television contracts. They could easily finance it or pay for it, mostly up front, or get some private investors. They don't need the taxpayer dollar for this.
Exactly. And look at Oakland, where they lost the A's, they lost the Raiders, they lost the A's, and now they're still trying some last gasp attempt, to try to keep. And then the A's are playing there. There's like 3,000 people reported in the stadium. Why would fans go out to watch a team that's going to lose? And they're already starting to tear down the Tropicana in Las Vegas to build the A's new stadium. And yet people in Oakland, and I feel bad for those people. You look at how Oakland has just totally become a really sad place to live. And I used to fly in there all the time, right near the airport there. All the restaurants, there's an In-N-Out Burger that's shut down. Hotels in that area are shut down. And Oakland's now trying to attract people to fly there instead of SFO because nobody's flying into Oakland, apparently, because of the lack of stuff around. People are afraid to rent cars. So it's sad what's happening. But to me, people are voting for the people that you get who you vote for. Philadelphia School Board was announced yesterday. And that's a big – since when do we not vote for school board members anymore? In some cities, you vote for school board. In Philadelphia, they just pick out the people they know and throw them on a school board. So the voters don't have control over their children, over what's going on, and that's what most common sense people want. They want to know what's going on with their kids, who's running the school board. Can these people be thrown out if they're incompetent? They can't. Look at Larry Krasner. He's one of the few DAs who can't be thrown out of office. Even if people decide they want him thrown out of office. So tell me what that's called. Is that democracy?
It doesn't sound like it to me. The great Tony Bruno joining us as he does each and every Wednesday at 8:30 live from Florida, brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Another sad thing is how certain individuals and a select few of the far left love to view everything through the prism of politics or social issues or specifically race. And the women's NCAA basketball tournament is going on, and I know you're well aware of this. And Caitlin Clark is an all-time great, not just in women's college basketball, but men's college basketball, just the sport of college basketball in general. And we had a rematch a few nights ago of Iowa and LSU, and there was so many social and political storylines that were kind of like clouded over what was supposed to be a great game, where most people just want to enjoy greatness. And that's what I think Caitlin Clark and also LSU's Angel Reese are, as well as that coach, Kim Mulkey. She's fantastic. And the ratings come back, and they got like 12 million viewers. It obliterated NBA games, college football games. And it's like one of these things where, again, I wish people would just take the foot off the gas, Tony, for 3 hours and let people enjoy the greatness of Caitlin Clark. I want to play you this audio because earlier in the week, Jamel Hill said, well, Caitlin Clark only gets the coverage she gets because she's white. If you thought that was bad enough and ridiculous enough, listen to former Boston Celtic legend Paul Pierce, who had this to say on one of the Talking Head shows yesterday. I think this was on Fox Sports 1. Listen to this. I want to get your reaction. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's beyond that, Key. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. We saw a white girl in Iowa do it to a bunch of black girls. Well, of course. That made it like, oh, that gained my respect. That gained my respect.
I hear you. You're
like
right.
That's like, oh, she didn't do this to some other little white girls that was over here in Colorado, wherever. She did it to some girls from LSU who we thought was some dogs.
Defending champs.
And put them on their knee and spanked them. And so I know, but I didn't expect.
Tony, this to me is the issue. It shouldn't be, wow, the white girl just dominated. Like, the white girl just broke Pistol Pete Maravich's NCAA scoring mark. She's great regardless of any identity politics box you want to check off.
Exactly. And I don't disagree with what Paul Pierce is saying, but Paul Pierce played in the NBA for a long time. Doesn't he remember when Larry Bird and Magic Johnson came into the league? A white guy, a hick from French Lick, Indiana, and how that re-energized the NBA. And so this whole thing where everything is the race card. I mean, Jamel Hill, all she has. In fact, if you buy a card of Jamel, she should be selling cards, decks of cards, where all 52 cards are just a race card because there's no other card that she can play.
You're right.
And the only reason she gets notoriety in the media is because she plays the race card. And then basically, all the people who agree with her, where everything is racist, then they keep watching her. But nobody knows where she is, where she works for the Atlantic, which may as well be the Titanic.
Might as well be Deadspin.
They are.
Yeah,
but again, if you want to watch her, I don't care. If you agree with her, go right ahead. I don't tell people what to think, who to like, who to dislike. But that just shows you. It's just ridiculous. You don't remember all the UConn teams?
Yeah.
Where they had a lot of white chicks?
Oh, I know.
Winning championships year after year
Tony,
after year.
that was when in the 90s, that was when I actually watched a little women's college basketball.
Rebecca Lobo, for God's
yeah,
sake.
Diana
Taurasi. White women can jump. They don't have to because they don't have to dunk. Just shoot the stinking rock.
That's right.
That's what white people do. White people shoot, whether they're tall or short. It's always been white bros shoot the rock. And now that there's a 3-point game, that's all they do.
That's right, because 3 is worth more than 2. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Tony Bruno is with us. All right, Bruno, last one for you. WrestleMania 40. It's coming up this Saturday and Sunday right here in your backyard in Philadelphia. Now there's reports out there that the WWE and Triple H, who runs the company now, a.k.a. Paul Levesque, has reached out to Jason Kelsey about having some sort of involvement in the show, not just being an attendee, but being involved in a storyline. Your thoughts on the better Kelsey getting his notoriety?
I'll tell you right now, I guarantee you they already have a script for him. If they don't have a script written where Kelsey comes in and runs in and then climbs under the ropes and comes in and then gets a chair and hits somebody and becomes a heel.
And shotguns a beer.
Exactly right, and gets a couple of cans. Somebody throws him a Bud Light, and he breaks it over his head and then pulls it off. I know you're. Are you going, Nick? Do you have tickets?
No.
Will you have your sign up there? Did you see there was a picture of Joel Embiid last night wearing a Suck It shirt?
Yeah, Joel Embiid's a big wrestling fan.
Room.
Yes,
oh my God.
Yes,
it's amazing.
Yes, he was doing the DX thing from back in the 90s.
Wow,
that's right. No, I'm not going. Too expensive, and also I'm invested in the Final Four with Alabama making the Final Four. So I'm going to do the 2 TV setup on Saturday night, Tone.
How can you not? You pimp wrestling all the time.
I do.
And you're not going to WrestleMania?
I mean,
that's lame, Nick.
I should. You know what I should do?
I
I should go to New York and say I came here seeking refuge and ask Eric Adams for a $10,000 preloaded debit card.
You can squat in the link.
Yeah,
that's right. I'd go there and squat inside the Lincoln Financial Field.
I'm going to squat starting Thursday.
Get yourself a tarp and then hide because it's going to rain and it's still raining there, right? That's why I'm bringing you the sunshine of Florida.
I hope so.
If there's one thing I vow to do every week is to bring some sunshine, except for Dawn, because she'll be seeing sunshine in Italy.
She is.
And good food and
Yep.
everything done right over
Good
there.
wine.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
I'm jealous too.
I am too. All right, how about this, Tony? I'll come down to Florida and hang out with Zioli. You go to Italy with Dawn, and we'll let Greg figure it out from there.
We're all in different locations, and we're all going to still do the show, so figure it out.
You're going to get Stunt Brain. Is Stunt Brain going to be involved? Is Larry Walter going to be involved?
Absolutely.
We're going to go right down
the whole cast of characters.
We're going to empty the bench out, Tone.
Empty the bench.
By the way, Tony, the guest spots are April 10th and April 17th.
Well, that's coming up. Now, will that interfere with if it's during the solar eclipse? I don't know what to do. I may have to pull the shades down.
That's true.
I don't
That's a
want
good
to look
point.
at the sun. What, are you guys ready for the eclipse? Because isn't that when it's supposed to be? It's supposed to be the 9th, right?
Yeah.
Next.
Yep. Next. Is it Monday the 8th or Tuesday the 9th? I think it's the
I don't know,
8th.
but if the show fill-in is next Wednesday, the 10th,
Yeah.
that means we will have survived. So if I can't see because I looked at the sun without buying my protective glasses, and the world comes to an end at the same time, then we won't have to worry about the show.
Sure, it's a
on
good point.
Wednesday.
All right. Well, here's the poll question, Tony, because I know you love a good poll question. Would you rather stare at Dylan Mulvaney in a bathing suit, or stare at the sun and burn out your retinas during a solar eclipse?
Well, that's a no-brainer. Come on. I mean, I could go without having sight, for the rest of my life, as many blind people do.
Uh-huh.
Everything we'll have to do the show in Braille. And listen, I'm not knocking blind people.
Right.
The fact that blind people function the way they do in this world has always been one of the great miracles of the senses.
Amen, brother.
And blind people able to go out there and walk around and cross the streets and use their canes. That's to be admired.
Yeah.
And so I will stand behind my blind brothers and sisters and look at the sun if it means I'll never have to see. By the way, another trans day of visibility.
Yes.
And by the way, the good news is I went to the store Monday after the Easter, that day of what was it called?
Trans Day of Visibility. Yeah.
And I went and bought a whole bunch of leftover Easter oysters.
The oyster bunnies.
Oyster bunnies.
Oyster bunnies.
Plenty of
Yes.
oyster bunnies down here in Florida where they're in abundance. It's oyster bunny season and stone crab season down here.
Love it.
Just like Zioli, come down here, get yourself some Easter bunny, oyster bunnies.
Buddy.
Oyster bunnies and some quality stone crabs, and then watch the sunset down in Key West with Rich Zioli.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Our buddy Greg, who's in exile in Jersey on Twitter, calls Zioli the part-time host.
He's been too big for the station. I'm telling you right now.
It's amazing.
He may have to be like Rush Limbaugh and have a compound built down there in Miami.
Amazing.
Well, Bruno, you're gonna remember this. Remember when Jim Rome had that epic rant on vacation? He's like, "I take a lot of vacation because I get a lot of vacation." That's the Zioli mantra nowadays.
Exactly.
Good stuff, brother. We got to run and get out of here. Thank you, Tony.
All right, guys.
Love you, Miss Robin.
Have a safe trip.
Yep.
Bring me back a cannoli or something that we don't have in the United States that's only in Italy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno live from Florida as his staff has confirmed his days of hosting.
Thank you,
Coming
staff.
up on the 10th and the 17th. Yes.
AKA Miss Robin.
Thank you very much, Robin.
What are the dates again? The 10th?
And the 17th.
Wednesdays.
Okay, back-to-back Wednesdays.
Back-to-back Wednesdays. Bruno Wednesdays.
There you go.
All
right.
up.
Tony, brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union, where you can unlock financial freedom with the American Heritage Credit Union today. Secure your future with a 13-month IRA certificate at 5%, or enjoy flexibility with a 10-month 5% APY. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org and join today. The Veteran Spotlight in just about 33 minutes. We're back after this with the 9 o'clock hour here on Kayal and Company.
The future of medicine is here at QC Kinetics. Yeah, QC is the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management we've seen in decades. I'm talking regenerative medicine. If you're tired of those achy joints, if your joint pain is keeping you from doing what you love, you know what you need to do? You need to call my friends at QC Kinetics. Call them now, okay? Surgery, steroids, drugs, no longer your best options for sure. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative treatments which deliver lasting results. And I'm talking natural biologics, using your body's own power to repair and restore that damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup. Now, Dr. Scheinkup is actually a pioneer in this field, 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing, you get it. He wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. Call QC Kinetics now. Learn more about some exciting options here. It's a revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief, no downtime. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
I'm Philomena, founder of Ken Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Now maybe did I mean to treat you bad, but I did anyway. And then maybe
Welcome back in. It is great to have all of you aboard on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We like to call it a little show called Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The Morning Mystery Movie clip coming up at 9:20 this morning, and the debut of our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation, where the first Wednesday of every month at 9:30, we will welcome in a veteran who has served this country and highlight and spotlight their career and their life. It's presented by Window Nation. For all your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. And today, to kick it off in April, we will be joined by United States Marine Corps veteran Josh Jabin, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the Travis Manion Foundation. So we will chat with him in studio coming up in just about 27 minutes. But before we get to all of that, we have to get to Dawn's Big Three in a moment. And then also, I'm actually going to praise and give credit to Generation Z.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be a first. This is going to be a historic moment.
See, we don't just tear people down on the show.
No.
Okay, good.
No, when you
Good.
get something right, I'll point it out for sure.
Love it.
So it's courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, and we will give Gen Z a tip of the cap coming up in just a moment. But right now, let's get to the news at 9:03. It's time for a Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
On this rainy, windy day, we are sponsored in the Big 3 by the Arden Theater. A Coatesville man facing felony charges in what the SPCA is calling a heinous case of animal abuse and neglect. So this all started with a call for help for a stray dog, and then somebody approached, when the SPCA arrived, they approached them with this tiny, maimed kitten. One of the kitten's legs had been cut off, and it was all duct taped. She was wrapped in duct tape. It was sick, missing one of her front legs.
Oh, my God.
It was horrible. 5-week-old little tiny kitten named Rue. Rue. And in extremely bad shape. I mean, everybody's talking about this. This is horrible. So they were trying to track, where did the kitten, what does this track us back to? So because of the dog, the kitten, they were able to track these animals down through Coatesville police working with this, ultimately arresting a man. They found also he had dozens more of animals living in deplorable conditions, 36 cats, some of them dead and mutilated and so on and so forth, other animals as well. And so they're this man facing charges, but as well now they're trying to put some of the well kittens and dogs and other critters, trying to put them up for adoption.
If he's been found guilty of torture and...
Not found guilty, charged.
Okay, but if he is ultimately found guilty of that, I think anytime you see these horrific stories of, killing and destroying and torturing and murdering and, ripping off of limbs of animals, I'm all for the human getting the same treatment.
Absolutely. Because, there's no good, and we don't know if this individual is guilty or not, but... I'm all for, because these people will do that to humans.
Yeah,
if they have no,
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Exactly.
No question.
Thank you.
Yep.
John Wayne Gacy. They all start with animals.
Yep.
So the suspect, and I for whatever reason, I don't have the suspect's name at this point. We just know the individual's charged with one felony count of aggravated cruelty and then other counts of cruelty and neglect, etc. Dozens more charges are pending, according to the authorities. And like I said, Coatesville police still investigating this. But the word from the SPCA, and certainly this involves the Brandywine Valley SPCA, they're asking if you'd like to make a donation or if you'd like to adopt a pet, an animal, they'd love your help from the SPCA and especially the Brandywine Valley SPCA. All right, let's move on to Adidas. Why are they making a ban? They're barring German fans from customizing certain soccer jerseys.
I saw this story.
With the number 44.
If you see it on YouTube right now, Phil just actually threw up the graphic. So that number right there and that jersey has been banned on.
Because it's 44, resembling the Nazi lightning bolts.
What?
That's such a reach and a stretch. Phil, if we can just rotate between. So Phil's showing you the old Nazi helmet from the 1940s, probably. If that wasn't a German jersey, if that was Spain's jersey with their numbering, would we be saying that?
Well, I think at some point you have to be a little,
I mean, I'm certainly very mindful of the Holocaust, but I mean, if you just look at it, I mean, the 4 is more, I don't want to say rounded, but maybe squared, whereas the swastika is a little more jagged edged.
I mean, they're not lightning bolts. It stands for SS.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, swastika.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, that to me, I mean, I would say there's like a vague, very general resemblance. I think that's an overreaction on my part.
Yeah.
Or not my part, on their part.
No number 44.
I'm surprised they didn't do 45, and that would get banned too, because Trump was the 45th president.
Oh my God.
We could ban that.
Point.
Trump's name is Trump's name is a profanity word.
Yep.
Oh my God, this is so true.
This world we live in. People just got to get over things and get over themselves.
Yep.
Thank God.
It's crazy. Number 3, I'm hesitant. This is a consumer story, so I'm just going to put it out there. With all of the different scams we're hearing about, AT&T talking about secure, and did you get your notice from AT&T? The social security breaches and all of that.
Amazing.
Now we have another one, and we hear about this every once in a while, so it's just a consumer alert. Police, and in this case, South Jersey. But just late last week, we had another one on the Philadelphia and Pennsylvania suburbs side, those scamming devices. And so these were found in 7-Elevens. Remember, we found them on 7-Elevens and some Wawa stores in the Philadelphia surrounding suburbs and Philadelphia region. So now this one was the 7-Eleven, specifically on Route 130 in Cinnaminson. This is Burlington County. And somebody popped on that skimming device, which gets all your credit card information.
Yep.
So I don't really know how you're supposed to really tell. I guess it's pretty easy that they just put it over the main one.
Yeah, and the hustle and bustle of life, it's the last thing you're thinking about. And just think about how often each day you pull out your debit card and either insert, scan, swipe, whatever. I mean, go to your local Wawa, fill up at gas, go in, grab whatever you need. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there are tons of them out there that we're not even picking up on, to be completely honest.
Well, they just said be aware of any loose parts. That's not anything loose that's not part of the regular machine.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's. But if you just tap your card,
right, then
you're cool.
Well, that's what I've been doing. Although every time I try to tap my card, it never registers properly, and then they got to cancel out the transaction. Life has not become more convenient with technology. Life is more of a pain in the butt with technology.
Agreed.
I want to go back to the days of cash. Not that I've ever had cash, but I want to go back to the days before I met my wife. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, which we have to. You guys were like high school sweethearts, weren't you?
Yeah, we got married at like 7.
By the way, Tucker says that Nick thinks that SS stands for swastika. He doesn't think that. It's stupid. It's funny though.
Did I miss a joke?
Well, yeah.
On the YouTube thing?
Yeah, because of the SS on the side. Somebody joked that you think SS stands for swastika.
No. I'm talking about like the actual design of a.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was too light. It's the number 44.
Just close the YouTube chat. Don't even look
44,
at it anymore.
it's crazy to make that leap.
Yes.
44 looks
I agree.
like.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a funny comment.
Jerks.
But I think Nick had the best point. I'm surprised. Yeah, we're all surprised. In America, they banned 44 and 45.
Mm-hmm.
Arden Theater, thank you for sponsoring us. Experience Arden Children's Theater's modern retelling of the classic tale Pinocchio, adapted by Greg Wood, a wooden boy, a nose that grows, a huge whale, and a cricket with a lot of opinions. Live on stage starting April 10th. Info at ardentheater.org. ardentheater.org. Wonderful experience. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
How about that? A Greg, a big nose, and lots of opinions that you just read. That sounds like Kayal and Company. What an idea.
Amen.
So let me give Gen Z a lot of credit. We've talked about the trend in America of people bailing on college because of the price of college, the fact that, you go to some of these big Ivy League institutions and you're $275,000 in debt. We've highlighted the value of community college and the trades. Well, Wall Street Journal with a very interesting column, a very long one, on how Generation Z is becoming the tool belt generation.
What?
Something if I didn't see the facts and the data and the report and the story in front of me, I would have told you that this is a total outlier because I think Gen Z is just obsessed with devices and just being on TikTok and things like that. So the writer for this, for the Wall Street Journal, says America needs more plumbers and Gen Z is answering the call. Long beset by a labor crunch, the skilled trades are newly appealing to the youngest cohort of American workers, many of whom are choosing to leave the college path. Rising pay and new technologies in fields from welding to machine tooling are giving trade professions a facelift, helping them shed the image of being dirty, low-end work. Growing skepticism about the return on a college education, the cost of which has soared in recent decades, is adding to the shine. Here's some of the numbers. The numbers of students enrolled now in vocational-focused community colleges rose 16% just last year to its highest level nationally since 2018. And also the ranks of students studying construction trade rose 23%, and those in the HVAC industry and repair of equipment in those areas has increased by a total of 7%. A couple of people that were interviewed in here giving some quotes, people that are only 20 years old, talking about how it's a 9-month program to get your certificate and graduate, and then some of the rise in salaries. Rising new construction hires have a salary rise of 5.1% year over year, from 48,000 to 52,000. On down the list, there's a lot of data in this story, but I got to give Gen Z a lot of credit. Because I'm not anti-college. I still think there's value in college. Although I think community college for 2 years is a bargain.
Yep.
Save your money. And if you're going for communications or education, don't go to the Ivy Leagues.
Here's what it is. And I truly believe this, because think about who the parents of Gen Z are. It's Gen X and millennials. And what was instilled in our head from day one? You must go to college. You must go to college. You must go to college.
Better get at least a bachelor's.
Then we all go to college. Not all of us, but then we go to college and we're like, boy, this is a giant effing waste of time
and money.
And we tell our kids, hey, you know what? Learn a trade. It's something I wish I would have done.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% believe that's what it is. It's just that our generation and the millennials now are just steering their kids away from college if they don't have a path.
Right. It's surprising, and it's also smart. Now, and we've said this on the show, the only person that can build anything, assemble anything, or actually put on a tool belt and use it properly is Dawn. Yeah, Greg and I had no idea even how to put a tool belt on.
Absolutely true.
So I'm blown away that Gen Z can do something like this and work with their hands, because I just assumed they're glued to electronics and devices and don't get out there. But these trends are I think, a step in the right direction.
Agreed.
And maybe colleges will feel the pinch and get to a point where maybe they kind of cap the cost, or they kind of reverse course. I don't know that will ever be the case, but I don't think this is going away anytime soon.
Agreed.
So nice work out of the Gen Zers.
Wow, look at you.
Woo!
Giving credit to Gen Z.
I got to give credit where credit is due. I say that as somebody that's got a bachelor's degree and then spent 3 months in law school. So good work for you. Nice job, boys and girls. All right, we'll come back and get to the morning mystery movie clip, and then we've got our 1210 Veteran Spotlight coming up at the bottom of the hour, presented by Window Nation. Always love to give some limelight and spotlight to our vets.
Yeah.
Josh Jabin up first in the debut this morning at the bottom of the hour, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's so important to be comfortable and trust the people who come into your home for maintenance as well as repairs. And you can get that with Carrie, Bill, and their entire AMC team. I trust them. They have a wealth of experience, a dedication to their field, and it shows. The professionals of AMC, they take such great pride in their work, and they believe in delivering high quality for a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. And I think it is a testament to the quality of their company that the same great crew has been together for so many years. They also believe in hiring military veterans. And in fact, during the TMF event, you heard me interviewing Carrie, who served our country. One thing that stands out to me is they do not earn commission. It's always important to ask, especially HVAC or technicians, hey, do you earn commission? I always ask that question. At AMC, they don't. They don't earn the commission. They never sell customers anything you don't need. And you can trust they're going to make the proper repair. They're going to install the appropriate system for your home. So AMC keeps to their schedule, communicates openly with their customers, of course. And believe it or not, even though it's rainy and raw and windy, the beautiful weather, the summer weather is going to be here before we know it. You want to get your air conditioning ready to keep your home cool for summertime. Call right now, my friends, at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Call them today. Get this on the calendar. Schedule a spring tune-up at an awesome discount. So visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Spring is the time to bring a breath of fresh air into your home with a bouquet of irresistible deals on home renovations at Colonial Marble and Granite. Right now, get a free sink and countertop when you buy a bathroom vanity. So get renovating and watch your beautiful home blossom. Sale ends April 22nd. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. That's colonialmarble.net for details.
Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Get 2 hot dogs for the price of 1 on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night on Tuesday, April 16th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Rockies. Secure your seats now at phillies.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Headquartered here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT takes you inside the businesses powering Philly.
Crash Proof Retirement is empowering the investing landscape, becoming the first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative validates the guarantees Crash Proof Retirement has delivered to the Philadelphia region for over 15 years. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing consumer, such as no market risk, no fees, and the potential for double-digit interest returns. This unrivaled documentation silences all those who doubt Crash Proof Retirement's proven commitment to truth and transparency. Learn how recording financial meetings will empower you to make the best decision for your retirement future at crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, highlighting the businesses, big and small, headquartered here.
This is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. You know, I lost my first wife when she fell down a wishing well. Hey, I didn't know they worked. Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
Roy is Ford.
What?
We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
9:22 as we continue live here on this Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation coming up at the bottom of the hour. Josh Jabin will join us in studio. He is the COO of the Travis Manion Foundation. Looking forward to that, but right now let's give away another prize with another edition of our Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What's the problem?
I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do.
What are you talking about, Hal?
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hal.
I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today, another edition of the Morning Mystery Movie Clip, another chance for the digital movie download for the Iron Claw. From the studio that brought you Uncut Gems comes the Iron Claw, the unbelievable true story of the Von Erich brothers who built a wrestling dynasty. Starring Zac Efron and Jeremy Allen White. Get the Iron Claw on Blu-ray and DVD now from A24 and Lionsgate Entertainment. Caller 12-855-839-1210. And that digital download is yours. Best of luck. All right, a couple of people weighing in from some of our conversations this morning on social media. Sharon is on vacation, a lot like Dawn Stenzel, and she's in England.
What?
And she's listening and watching the show on YouTube.
Sharon.
Abroad.
In
Thank
England.
you, Sharon.
How about that?
Well, she's not abroad. That's not very nice of you.
But she...
Oh.
But she is.
She is abroad.
Oh, she, okay.
Yeah, see? That's what I was doing.
Okay.
Right.
Just want to make sure you're not calling Sharon abroad.
No. I mean...
Classy lady.
Right, classy woman. We only bring in the finest for this program.
Exactly.
Richard Notaro says, in regards to our student loans, college education, and Gen Z being a tool belt generation, Richard says, until the federal government gets out of the education loan business, prices for college will not be coming down anytime soon. I think that's a very good point.
Yep.
And then also... another story that is interesting that ties into college and Gen Z and this tool belt generation. I've got this from the Wall Street Journal. I've been sitting on this for about 5 weeks. We just haven't gotten to it, but it makes sense now. And the story is half of college grads, 5 and 10 years after graduation, aren't working in the industry or the profession that their college degree lines up with. And I can relate to this perfectly. I mean, I've got my bachelor's in criminal justice from Temple because I wanted to be either a prosecutor or a criminal defense attorney. And I never ended up really going to law school other than a 90-day little stint, and then I wanted to blow my head off. 16 years after getting rejected from law schools. And, I went into, talk radio and sports first and now news and politics. So, it's amazing to me that how many people... Unless you truly, truly specialize, and I'm talking like the fields that you just can't get around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know there's this story out in like the state of Washington now where they admit lawyers to practicing law without passing the bar exam, which, by the way, if you ever hire a lawyer that didn't have to pass the bar, let me ask you something. Would you ever get a open heart procedure or any invasive medical procedure where the doctor didn't have to pass some sort of threshold to practice in their chosen line of work? That would be just like beyond ridiculous for you to ever do. But like, unless you are going to be a doctor, be a lawyer, be a psychologist, a psychiatrist, or some really, really specialized field, like honest to God, and this is not to knock marketing degrees, communication degrees, broadcasting degrees. Like, I don't think, and Dawn, you're the journalist of the show, I mean, we've seen a lot of independent grassroots journalists that are popping up that do a great job, right? I just, at least from a talk show standpoint, maybe from a reporting standpoint, you need certain skills that you need to learn on, sources and things like that. I'll be honest, I don't think to be a talk show host, you need a communications degree. I don't think you need a radio and TV degree. I don't think you need a journalism degree, communication, or anything in those fields to do what we are specifically doing here. Like maybe to be on television or to be a legit journalist for the New York Post or even the Washington Post or whatever. But to get on here and just spit out opinions and try to be remotely compelling and entertaining, I don't think you need a degree to do it. It's a skill set that you learn. Do you agree with that? Because you wear multiple hats. You go from being a journalist to a talk show host and a talk show host back to a journalist. I'm not a journalist. Like I just get on here and opine.
I think that it helps to have somebody with a background in journalism, ethics, and law sometime, for multiple reasons. And part of it is, and that's why every once in a while I'll interrupt somebody on the show.
Allegedly.
And say allegedly, because the truth is that, we are sensitive here to, while we give opinions, at the same point, we don't want to convict anybody who,
I got it.
Because we want to follow the Constitution and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, more and more, the problem I have is not with shows like ours, where we have a mix of news and opinion and all of that. The problem I have is with so-called mainstream media, where they claim, NBC News is a perfect example. They claim to be a bastion of journalism, and they're not.
Right. Yeah,
and they don't even
hide it anymore.
Yeah, throw out journalism, throw out all of that. Just how about somebody who is honest, who's just honest about the facts, about reality, and is not so hateful against one group of people.
I agree. Let's grab our morning mystery movie clip winner, and then we're going to get to a break and get to our veteran spotlight. We have Bill in Downingtown. Bill, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you?
Yes, good morning. That's going to be 2001, A Space Odyssey.
That's right, Bill. That is correct. 23 years ago. Congratulations, Bill. You've got the digital movie download for the Von Erich Wrestling Dynasty.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
By the way, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip is sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. That's Holland, HOLLAND, floor.com.
All right, coming up next, the debut of the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. First up, United States Marine veteran Josh Jabin, the COO of the Travis Manion Foundation. It's next here on Kayal and Company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking to improve the health of your lawn? Well, look no further. Natural Lawn of America has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your family and pets. Call today. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Baseball is back, basketball is heating up, and the NFL Draft is right around the corner. Listen to the latest on the teams you love with the free Odyssey app. The biggest sports radio stations in the country, providing unrivaled local coverage of their teams, all in one place. Exclusive interviews with players, coaches, and team executives, streaming live and always available on demand. Stay in the know with your favorite teams with Odyssey, A-U-D-A-C-Y. Download the free Odyssey app today.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Hey, Warminster. We know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is time, 9:35 on this Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we roll out the debut of our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation, where every first Wednesday morning of the month at 9:30, we will shine a spotlight on one outstanding local vet in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. This is all courtesy of Window Nation. For all of your windows and door needs, visit windownation.com. This morning, we have two individuals in here. We have Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet, who is the COO of the Travis Manion Foundation, and we also have Bill Mitzelfelt, sales manager at Window Nation. Bill, I saw you a few weeks ago at TMF, and of course, Josh, I saw you leading up to TMF in the days before the 7th annual Radiothon. Good to see both of you gentlemen back again.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thanks, Nick. Great to be here.
So, there's always the stock question of what drew you to the military, and then coming out of serving our nation, what drew you to TMF. But what if I were to say, what makes your story specifically unique? And let's go chronologically here.
Yeah.
What led you to serve this nation? Is it the family history, or is it a stronger calling beyond that?
I had a positive role model in my life. We have the family history. My grandfather served in World War II. He was killed on a submarine.
Oh, wow.
While my grandmother was pregnant with my mother.
Oh.
So she lost her. She never met her father.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
My mother, of course, married someone who was in the Navy,
Mhm.
who also passed away while she was pregnant with my older brother. When I was a junior in high school, my older brother, he joined the Navy. He said to me, the Navy took care of grandma and mom. The Navy took care of my mom and my brother.
Mhm.
And now it's our turn to serve and
Right.
pay it back.
And what time frame are we looking at when you served?
So I went to the Naval Academy. I graduated high school in 1997. I went to the Naval Academy in 97, graduated in May 2001. I was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps.
Mhm.
I was at the basic school on September 11th, and then I served the next 20 years while our nation was at
Wow.
war. 12 years active duty and then 8 years in the reserves.
Well, thank you so much for your service.
It was my honor.
So I know you and I were specifically chatting a few weeks ago before we got ready for TMF, and we were talking a lot about football and free agency. Was there that competitive itch? Were you an athlete growing up? Because you certainly were really impressing me with the sports knowledge a few weeks ago.
Thanks.
Was it kind of a continuation of staying in that structured, disciplined setting that sports teaches you?
100%. I was a wrestler. I grew up in Central New Jersey.
Yep.
Yes, there is a Central New Jersey.
You're not a Blair Academy guy, are you?
I wish.
Okay.
They had a much stronger program. I grew up in East Brunswick, New Jersey. We had a good wrestling program growing up, and so I was a competitive wrestler. I love the discipline of wrestling. I mean, I could go off on what a great sport I think wrestling is, but it definitely prepared me for the Naval Academy. It prepared me for the Marine Corps.
So you end up 12 years active, 8 post, 20 years, 2 decades. You're probably about, what, 44, 45, I'm thinking?
Exactly.
Okay.
45 this
So
summer.
you're about 4 or 5 years older than me. It's been a big part of your life. What made the transition to join TMF a no-brainer for you? Because they do so many great things. I love the way it's positioned as like the modern-day VFW. And I think you guys explained it that way. And seeing the way you guys operate, it's a spot-on comparison.
Yeah, so for me, the connection was very personal. Travis Mannion and I were teammates on the Navy wrestling team. We served together in the Marine Corps. We lost Travis in April 2007. His mother started Travis Mannion Foundation initially as a way to honor her son. Obviously, it's grown much more than that. But initially, it was honoring my friend. It was supporting his family. I was a volunteer for the 9/11 Heroes on one of our athletic events. But what really pulled me in was our character program. His sister started going around talking about character and leadership with young adults, using Travis as one of her examples. And she called me up and a couple other of Travis's friends and said, "Hey, can you go do this for me?" And I jumped at it. None of us say no to a Mannion, right? Like,
right.
That's how all of us want to honor Travis and support his family. So I went, but the first time I did it, I was hooked.
Yeah.
Talking about character and talking about leadership, mentoring these young adults, using examples like Travis about role models. There's no better way to leverage my experience as a Marine than to pass it on to the next generation.
No question about it. So when we think about all the programs, the Spartan program is one that jumps to top of mind for me. Anything specific that you really are proud of in a certain venue within the TMF umbrella that you really gravitate towards, that maybe you have, this is where you can brag a little bit, that you've elevated a certain program or something that you're doing specifically with a great cause?
I've been with TMF for 9 years. Okay. So we've grown all the programming, in that time frame. I can honestly tell you, I love all of our programs. You mentioned the Spartan Leadership Program. We invest heavily in the veterans and help them through their transition to continue to serve and to thrive in their post-military life. I mentioned the Character Program. We have 40 chapters around the country that do service events. We have incredible athletic events. We got the Mannion Wide coming up in a couple weeks to honor Travis and get a great workout in. Honestly, for me, though, it's less about each individual program. It's about how it all comes together as a community, right? That's how we describe ourselves. We're a community led by veterans and families of the fallen, but open to everybody who want to serve together and support each other. I think about what it was like for me in the military. You had people that rooted for each other. You had people that helped each other out, that supported each other. You had people that you could trust. Yep. The camaraderie, all the great things about being in the military. when you transition back to your community, it's not built in the way it is in the military. And I think we can help bring that to more communities.
Absolutely.
Led by veterans and families of the fallen. I think that we can bring that, not everybody's the same in the military.
Of course not.
But you learn how to have a good conversation and disagree respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
And you learn what it means to become a cohesive team.
Right.
And I think that's something that veterans are uniquely qualified to bring to communities throughout the country.
Let me bring in Bill here. Bill Mitzelfelt, the sales manager at Window Nation. Thank you for what you guys do, because without this happening from your perspective, we're not going to be sitting here honoring our vets once a month. So what was it for you guys as far as the veteran community and the military in general that made this a no-brainer for Window Nation?
Well, I'll first say that myself and Window Nation are just proud and excited to be a part of this organization and to work with TMF. And I think it sort of goes back to something that was touched on earlier, which is just to see the camaraderie and the growth between the partnership, right? I've personally been a part of the TMF organization and this for the last 2 or 3 years, and to just see things grow each and every year, it's just exciting to see how many lives it touches and all the different great things that happen with this organization. It's just important to us to be a part of it.
No question. And for all of our audience, Window Nation, just so you know, if you are a veteran, you can also take advantage of a 5% discount all year long with the military community and their commitment from Window Nation. So just wanted to share that if you're in the market for windows or doors, Window Nation, one of our great sponsors here on 1210 WPHT. We'll wrap up with this. We were talking before the interview started, and we talked about all the money that was raised for TMF. Last year, $92,000 and change. I think that's the right number. The goal that I had just said tongue-in-cheek about 6 weeks ago was, hey, we could absolutely get 6 figures here. We could definitely get to 100,000. When we signed off Friday night and we got alerted Saturday morning from Greg that we were exceeding the expectation, I think it was like 107, 108,000. Now you've told me since then we're up to about 110. Yep. So smashing the record by about $17,000, $18,000.
Incredible.
It is unreal.
I appreciate Odyssey. I appreciate Window Nation. I appreciate all your listeners. I mean, I talk about this is a community led by veterans and families of the fallen, but open to all, and not just open. We need everybody.
Yeah.
We need to accomplish our vision, to accomplish our mission. We need support financially. We need volunteers. We need people who are committing to live Travis's ethos. The 5 words that he spoke before he went on his second and final deployment to Iraq were, if not me, then who?
If not me, then who?
That's our ethos, and that means we all play a part in this.
And I've also said this, too, coming out of Radiothon a few weeks ago on Monday and Tuesday, as we were giving the updates on the air of how successful it was. TMF is not something that just pops up for 6 weeks out of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are going, around the clock, 24/7, 365. So I said to our audience, maybe you couldn't have donated even $5. Maybe you were waiting for your tax refund to come in a month or so, whatever it might be. You guys are always there. It's a beautiful ride. If you're coming from Philadelphia, you take 202 all the way up into Bucks County. Beautiful. You'll see the bridge that's dedicated to Travis as you cross over into Bucks County. And you guys, you're certainly willing to welcome in people not only that are seeking all the benefits of TMF, but those that are willing to contribute, donate, loan their money, their time, whatever it might be. You guys aren't just seasonal.
There's a place for everyone at TMF.
Yeah, no
exactly.
question.
Whether you're donating money, whether you're donating time, we want you to be a part of this community. We want every single person to live those 5 words, if not me, then who, join our mission.
Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps veteran. He's the COO of the Travis Manion Foundation, and he's smart as well. He's got his BS in economics, so you know a thing or two about the economy, huh?
A thing or two.
All right, I'll hit you up in private.
All right. Sounds great.
There he
Thanks.
is, Josh Jabin, along with Bill Mitzelfelt, the sales manager at Window Nation. Thank you for all you do as well.
Thank you. Just glad to be a part of the community.
All right.
By the way, Nick, doesn't Bill have an amazing radio voice?
Yeah, we've had this overnight opening for a long time on the station. I'm just trying to.
I said that, man. He has a future in radio if he ever wants to get into it. Yep.
The Windows thing might be more profitable.
It might be.
just a guess on my part.
He's got the voice for radio, and I've got the face for radio. So
and I've got both of them, which is why you'll never see me on TV. There you go. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks.
Of course. Have a
All
great
right.
day.
We'll do this again coming up on the first Wednesday in May. It's our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by the great folks at Window Nation. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter today, and today in music history as we wrap up a Wednesday installment of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. We told you about it. It's here, our first ever Politics and Pints. It kicks off April 11th, the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. With who else? Dr. Rand Paul. The book, The Great COVID Cover-Up. This is speaker series with a bar. That's right, beer, wine, cocktails. Do not be shut out. What a night this will be. Tickets, 1210WPHT.com. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
And paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Hi, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman. Every night my wife calls me to dinner in the same way. Yells out, "Dinner's on the table. Come and guess it." Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, this song will ring true next to Monday, April 8th, around 3:23 p.m. Solar eclipse on the way. Woohoo! But before the solar eclipse, the Dawn Show, 10 o'clock this morning, and we find out what she has lined up 7 minutes out.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Trump audio on the campaign, hit the campaign trail once again yesterday, so a lot of news with regard to DJT, how much money the RNC has raised, a lot, an incredible amount, and then as well, Bidenomics, how much it's really costing you. So right at 10:05, after I do my usual breaking news updates, 10:05 we'll get to Dean Clancy. He's writing about the fact that Biden touts healthcare wins, but Bidenomics, he says, is driving healthcare costs higher, and we're seeing this over and over. So we'll talk about that, Medicare, the new tax that's being proposed, all of that. There's so much developing. Just stay tuned.
All right, the Dawn Show, top of the hour, as we get to a Wednesday edition of Phil Almquist's Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Jan Berry of Jan and Dean, Richard Manuel, the lead singer for the band, Eddie Murphy, yes, he sang Party All the Time, remember that song? And Mike Ness of Social Distortion. We also lost Bob Burns, the original drummer for Skynyrd, on this day in 2015, and Johann Brahms in 1897, going way back. Albums include Bookends by Simon & Garfunkel in 68, and The Headless Children by Wasp in 89. That's a great band there. Also, for Elvis Week, yes, Greg, it's continuing. In 56, he appeared on the Milton Berle Show live for the USS Hancock, and in 60, he recorded 8 songs, including It's Now or Never and Are You Lonesome Tonight? And lastly, on this day in 80, during their U.S. tour in Memphis, Chrissie Hynde of the Pretenders gets to a bar altercation and is arrested, spending the night in jail. Although, she performed the next night at Poets Music Hall. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Lost control of the show.
All right, good job, Philip. Let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Serendipity wins Twitter. She says, you know which mom and pop shops in America won't put up with shoplifting? She's directing this to you and I, Nick. The shop's owned by Pakistanis. Those people don't mess around. They won't stand idly by while they're being looted, and woe unto the thug who dares confront the owners for access to the stores.
No, they'll pull out a broomstick and they'll beat the crap out of you.
She's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Serendipity DZ wins Twitter on this Wednesday.
Very nice. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as the POTUS would say,
if I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
With so much uncertainty